Hello? 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 It's me. I'm here. Back at it again. Actually, we're not back at it again. I'm just doing something completely random at this point. But so it goes sometimes. As it turns out, I really like working on mindless tasks. So let's see. Just increase the size for the stream's sake. Actually, this is the Python one. I don't care about the Python one at all. Because the Python version of whatever the heck I'm doing is super gross. There we go. Let's update the stream title to actually reflect what I'm doing. Even though this is for the HTML style lib I'm working on, it's whatever. It's not very interesting to look at though, for sure. But oh baby. Everyone loves Java, right? Let's see, this is count, one or more. Zero or more, then there's count. So I actually wrote this already. I already wrote this once before, but it was using the Python version, and the Python version is pretty bad. It is very not good. So here we are, doing this in GD script, or it's always been in GD script, but based off of the Python version at this point. Phenomenal. How is he so good? Luckily, porting... Oh, hello. Oh, it's Oro. Many thanks for the follow. I apologize, I'm not doing something very interesting. But today is a stream day, and I was already working on this, so figured I might as well start early. Because the thing after this that I was planning to work on, which is the kind of the GUI for the face tracking application, also not very interesting. So if 2 out of 2 things are not going to be interesting, might as well start early. I do acknowledge that I am a weirdo for programming as a hobby. I'll never not be amazed at the process of how much work goes into these things. Yeah, there's a lot. There is a ton, but it's not as I guess like the amount of work is something to be impressed at. I was gonna say like if we're talking about the complexity, it's not actually all that complex. It's just like a lot of reading. But it is a ton of work for sure. I'm gonna wrap my head around coding entire projects from scratch. Well, see, that's the secret, is that once you do it once, then you kind of build up a code base of like what things worked, what things did not, etc., etc. So the complexity goes down the more you do it. The amount of work stays about the same. But I say like this is probably my first big project. Not this one entirely, but this project was the first big project I've ever architected from scratch, which is why it's gone through a few rewrites. It's a good exercise, for sure. Because usually at work, I'm not the one who gets to architect it. I'm usually told, like, you have to use this tool, follow this process, etc. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. Number of occurrences of previous... Who wrote this? This English is... So like some of these functions have good documentation, some of these don't. Or basically like some of these drop the article. So, Oh, and that reminds me, I should probably drop my bot into here as well. There we go. Yeah, like the first big project at work that I was put in charge of to more or less architect, I still had to... My plans were rejected anyways. Because I am not the main stakeholder, I'm just the programmer. And I'm not even like supposed to be a real programmer at work. I'm not even supposed to be programming. I'm supposed to be telling other people how to architect it, but it's a weird dichotomy for sure. Oh. Okay, well, this isn't gonna work. So from to, okay, I see. I was talking about something, but I have completely forgotten at this point. Because I'm trying to figure out GD script, which is like Python, does not have function overloading, which is one of my favorite features from Java or C or C#. So we always want to append these two things. At the very start, it's the only the middle bit that needs to change. So, if count size is 1, then this one's pretty easy. How hard would you say would it be to convert an open source project to another coding language from scratch if you know the language both use? Even if you don't know the language, it's not too hard. But it depends on what kind of project you're talking about. So like what I'm doing right now, hello Nova, hello. So if you, it depends on, you know, like a lot of things, right? Or like the answer to a lot of open-ended questions. So converting one project to another language is not hard depending on several factors. One, does your project or does the open source project use graphics? If it is graphical in nature, it's going to be somewhat difficult. And then if it is reactive to user input, it's going to be even more difficult. Like for example, what I'm doing is I'm taking, oh no, I should not have scrolled all the way up. I don't know where it was. Well, what I'm doing right now is I am converting verbal expressions. So it's basically regex, but made easier. So you don't need to, you know, decipher whatever the heck this means. So capture group, anything from A to Z, capitalized only, match until you hit the end of the word, right? Instead of having to memorize that syntax, you can just use regular English. So as long as you know English, this should be pretty easy. Like that's easy to convert. But something like converting this project to, I guess, like another engine, that would be very difficult. Or it wouldn't be very difficult as long as it's, say, like Unity or Unreal Engine, because they all do rendering roughly the same. You'll need to flip a few transforms here and there, because Unity is I forget. There's like, I know Unreal uses some sort of weird, like, it's like reversed left-hand rule, I think, for their coordinate system. Unity uses just regular left-hand rule, and then Godot uses right-hand rule, which is what OpenGL uses, I think. It's something like that. But if you wanted to port this program to just like a custom SDL2 implementation, that's going to be tough, because then you need to do all of the backend graphics libraries, etc., etc. Luckily, SDL2 does a lot of the input handling for you, but then you still need to remap everything. So it's tough, right? It's like the more things, the more inputs and outputs you need to keep track of, the harder it is to port. But yeah, 3D vectors are going to confuse the heck out of me when I get to them. I used to, let me see if I can find it. So there's like the handiness rule game engine, something like that. Coordinate chart of different engines. Yes, it's probably this one. Maybe. And then this is a Twitter thing. Yes, I remember seeing this. Huzzah. Oh, but this one doesn't have Godot in it. I've seen it before, though. Hold on, we'll just go through their media. Oh, no, I forgot. This person tweets a lot. Probably not going to be able to find it. They're all cat pictures. And math, which is also very confusing. I don't do any matrix math, man. It's one of these. I can link this, though. Check this out. So this is the handiness rule. Godot is in. Godot follows OpenGL. So I believe Godot is here. So Unity, yeah. So Unity is left hand. Oh, it's not flipped, yeah. But it's Y is up. So you assume everything is, you know, just always like a piece of paper, essentially, and then your Z axis is forward and back. So Z is up is useful for like architecture or CAD. So you can search through their profile. I'm not going to search through it, although we could just keep scrolling, but there's a ton. Yeah, but Godot follows OpenGL conventions. Which makes it painful to go from engine to engine, but so it goes. Okay. So let's do a match here. So match count size. So if it's 1, then we'll just do append. If it's 2, yeah, string counts 1, first value. Kind of tough in how you have to pass all your arguments as an array, because we don't have the ability to do method overloading. If this is done in C#, it would be possible, but then there's already a C# library for this. What am I doing? So we'll do this. We also need to do source, append. I feel like I can do this all in one step, because I'm just using Godot arrays as a string builder, essentially, where a string builder is, I don't really know how to explain what a string builder is, but that's pretty much it. Invalid number of arguments for count. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this will explode. Or this will not compile correctly, actually. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure this will not compile correctly, but that's okay, because you can't have regex with just an open match like that. Oh, no, you can. Wait, no, you can't. How does this work? How does count work? I'm not familiar with this match group. Or is it some... you have to do it outside of the capture group like this. So if you do it like that, it's kind of funky. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it'll still compile. It'll just be kind of weird, but that's fine. Not my problem. Pass in the correct number of arguments, or else things will blow up. Yeah, I was working on this earlier, which is why I've decided to keep working on this during this and also start early. Because once again, company is being very slow. I've warned them about this for the project. It's like we're going to struggle a lot with getting access and all that. They didn't believe me, and now here we are. I suppose the ironic part, though, is that everyone else was able to get access except for me. Turn then value count. Glad you did start the stream earlier. Just got home a bit ago and now I'm enjoying some peace while watching you. Oof. One of these days I will actually do something graphical in nature. And you'll be amazed by how mediocre I am. One of these days. But not today. I don't know. I like working on software like this. AKA like something completely mindless. I don't need to think at all, so, you know, that's nice. Thinking is hard. Translating something into another language, very easy. I like menial labor. Right? Like when I worked at a burrito place, you know, big fan of just standing at the chip station, throwing in stale tortillas into the fryer, jiggling it for a little bit, salting them, throwing them into the basket, just for like 4 hours at a time, 4 or 8 hours, just standing there the entire time. I mean, it kind of sucks because it's hot, and if you get any grease on your gloves at all, they kind of like melt to your skin, but that's okay. Little bit of plastic residue in your blood probably won't kill you. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Shouldn't take medical advice from a random streamer, a business major no less. Yeah. I was talking and was just copying this down without actually reading the sentence. It says convenient method. This is actually a convenience method. I guess it is technically a convenient method, but it's not how people usually call it. Trying to look for count array of strings. The count, and then technically this is optional. Count can contain 0, 1, or 2 args, and then just returns itself as a builder. I think there is something, I've seen it before, there's like a tool someone made that it can read through all your doc strings and then just automatically create documentation for you. Almost like a Java doc, so maybe I should look that up before committing to like this weird documentation style, which is more Python than Java. I do like my Java though. People don't like Java, but I like Java. I heard Godot 4 will have autodoc somehow. Oh yeah, Godot 4 does have autodoc. It's really cool. Probably my favorite feature. Besides like lambdas. You know, Godot 4 has annotations. I can take that or leave it. All the annotations do is just remove keywords, which is nice, I guess. But the ability to write lambdas, that's sick. And then auto documentation, also pretty sick. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like Godot 4 is going to be stable anytime soon. Which I get. I get it. It happens. But that's why I'm kind of building out more and more tooling for Godot 3. I thought I was going to try to focus on more Godot 4 stuff, but I don't know. I'd say like the earliest I see Godot 4 coming out is like next year. So still gonna be a lot of waiting. So this is a produce range count. That's a count of group. This is range count with minimal number of occurrences. I need to make sure I'm paying attention when I'm writing the doc string. Let's see. Minimal number of occurrences. Waiting for Godot. It's always waiting for Godot. Something that kind of annoys me though is like whenever I don't know why I do this to myself. Like Twitter is 100% a cesspool. Should not pay attention to it. But whenever I see updates on Godot 4 or like any like Godot like game posts on Twitter, there's almost guaranteed to be like a post that says like, oh, was this done in Godot 4? Oh, maybe I'll wait until Godot 4 is finished. I'm like, it's just like the dumbest take. Because you're always going to be waiting. Because then you'll be like, all right, Godot 4 is out. That's cool. But then, oh, there's Godot 4.1. Maybe I'll wait until that. Yeah, you're just going to be waiting for forever, right? But maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the plan. You know, I realize like people like to lie to themselves. So, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, you know. Why do something today when you can put it off until tomorrow? I get it. I've been there. On the same token. Yeah. It's like if you're not gonna do it today, what are you gonna do today, right? An alternative expression to be matched. Yeah, and so once I realized that, it's like if I don't do it today, I'm probably not gonna do anything today, so I might as well do it, right? I became a lot more productive. Because if I don't do anything, I'm probably just gonna like play video games. Play video games or watch anime, both of which are not productive in the least. Sorry, weebs. Oh, thank you for redeeming a hydrates. Ugh. Drink some water. doing the One Punch Man thing. Air conditioning is set to like 80. So it's hot. It's hot. I turned it off because, I don't know. Why not? But also because it buzzes after it finishes running for a little bit. So I do need to get the maintenance company. There is not a maintenance company contracted to me, so I need to call somebody. And I know it's about end of life, so I don't want to. I'm putting it off, even though I said I've stopped doing that. It's like the longer I know, or the longer it's in limbo, like whether or not I need to replace my HVAC, the better. Because replacing your HVAC is expensive. It's like $4,000 at least, unless you're going with the cheapest vendor, in which case still probably around $3,000 US. It's tough. I've had to do that once at one of my previous places, which makes me sound super old. I play video games. I recently tried Elden Ring and kind of not into it, at least not as nearly as much as I was into other Dark Souls and Bloodborne. Yeah. I don't know, actually. I've only played Dark Souls 1. I have Bloodborne. I just haven't gotten around to playing it. I don't know. I'm more into the open world. That's kind of my jam. So anything that has an open world, I'm into it. Pretty much. Difficulty is nice as well, but I don't know, maybe I don't know. Do you know why you're not as into it? Because I thought Dark Souls, it reminded me a lot of Dark Souls. Like Dark Souls was roughly the same. I guess the open world wasn't as open. You had a bit more direction in Dark Souls 1, where it was just like, ring 2 bells. It's alright. Whereas Elden Ring is like, go forth and die. Oh no. I suppose like Dark Souls 1's world was more cohesive, I suppose. That might be true. I've heard good things about Bloodborne. And I've watched a lot of, unfortunately, I'm more of a watcher than a player of games, because I just don't have the time. Where, and then what? Let me see. Where length minus where replace. Oh geez. Replace what with nothing. Length. What is this? No, this is not it. No, this is it. Right. Not really sure why I'm not into it. I'll keep playing to find out. Maybe it will grow on you. Maybe it will grow on you. Which is, if you think about it, kind of a weird expression, right? Like, keep doing something until you like it. That's pretty much Stockholm Syndrome. A lot of things are kind of like, come back to Stockholm Syndrome, right? It's like, oh, like I don't like the taste of alcohol, but like just keep doing it. Or I don't like the taste of coffee, but keep doing it. I know, kind of rationalize in your head, like, oh, maybe I do like it. Kind of claustrophile. So I prefer smaller spaces. The open world in Elden Ring seems a bit too open. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. No, I'm thinking, yeah, like in Dark Souls 1, which is my only point of reference, yeah. How did you feel about Anne Orlando? Then did you like Anne Orlando? I thought Anne Orlando was really, really cool. This is correct, I think. Search online. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I like playing open world games, so I don't have strong feelings one way or another to like claustrophobia, I guess. Like, I've done a pretty good amount of caving in my time. Where caving is you just go into a cave and I climb through it, look at stuff, and be like, oh, that's neat. Big fan of caving. Would not want to do it again though, because caving involves a lot of bumps to your pretty much every part of your body. Can't really do that anymore. Count occurrences of. Is this not correct? Count occurrences of. Did I spell it wrong? Bring me back up. So count occurrences of. Is this not how you spell it? Or is it underscored? It is underscored. And Orlando made me feel uneasy, maybe agoraphobic. Isn't agoraphobia like fear of like crowds? Or am I thinking of a different word? Agoraphobia. Fear of places and situations that might cause. Wait. Hold on. Agoraphobia. Oh, okay. I guess it is just open space. I thought agoraphobia was fear of crowds. My bad. What's fear of crowds? Fear of crowds. Agoraphobia. All right, well. Oh, and knocklophobia. I think it's both crowds and open spaces. Yeah. I think it's just like I think from what I briefly skimmed from the Mayo Clinic thing, it was a fear of places with no easy escape, I suppose. Like, I strongly dislike crowds, but I'm not... I don't know. Wouldn't say I have a fear of them. They make me uncomfortable, for sure. Yeah, but I think that's the... Isn't, like... That's kind of the appeal of Anne Orlando, though, right? Is that it's... Like, you're not supposed to be here. It's one of those things. And that's why it's neat. Or that's like Dark Souls in general, right? It's like, you are someone... You are a person who does not really belong in this world, which is neat. Hold on. There's a good way of doing this, but I forget. I had a pattern for this. It was... We build the string. So, boom, boom. Build string from suffixes. Then we clear it, and then suffixes... append, close, and then suffixes append text. Yeah. Yeah, like I've wanted to make a game that's basically like, kind of like the feeling of Anne Orlando, so that might be your worst nightmare. Although I like games where it's like the old Toy Story game for PC. Have you ever played that one? Way back in the day? Like, that was cool. It's like, oh, you don't... Like, it's clearly an environment that you recognize, but... I guess displayed in a way that is super unfamiliar, aka... You're not supposed to be here. You don't belong here. It's like, oh, okay. I'm into it. So add. Wait. So can this value be null? You can't. How would you OR on like an empty value? Ooh? Maybe I can just make an executive's decision not to allow an empty value. What does that mean to OR on an empty value? A game where you're like tiny in a normal bedroom or something could be pretty fun. Yeah. Well, that's basically Toy Story, right? Any of the... Is there a modern Toy Story game? I've never checked. But the old Toy Story game was pretty much like that. I have very little memories of that besides like running around as Buzz Lightyear and being like, this is sick. And then also on that same computer playing, it was like Delta Force? One of the few modern military shooters all the way back in the day, before Call of Duty really made it blow up. And then there was like a submarine game. I'm looking at this. This part does not look right to me. Yeah, you know what? I'll just return this. I think this makes sense. So we'll add all of this. I'll need to go back to this because maybe my implementation is wrong. But we always append open capture group to prefixes. Did I do prefixes, suffixes, count occurrences of, and we always build it, but we don't clear, I think, right? Do we clear this? Yeah, I don't clear it, I just create a new one. So build string, count occurrences of open for the prefixes, build the suffixes, count occurrences of the close one. If there are more open than close, then we redo the string builder, which in my case just means I clear the array. And then append everything again. I'm not sure if this makes sense though, but I'll trust that this algorithm is okay. Then I just completely disallow empty OR functions. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, how would you do it on an empty OR value? You know what? We do it empty like this. We can do... I don't feel good about it, but this is more faithful to the actual implementation. So we'll add, and then if not value empty. Okay. Then one of, we're getting super close. Actually, this is the last one, and then I just need to do unit tests. Hooray! One of args, this is an array. It returns a builder, so because I want this to work as a plugin, I need to do it in a way that doesn't completely bork everything. Or messes up the, or conflicts with a project's existing class structure. Expression. So if args, not args empty, and no, that's pretty much it. If not args empty, then do all of this. Really should just be copy and pasting it. Then for I in args. Let's see, var value must be a string. I guess I can add a type check there. So, no, I already have it. So if type of I is not equal to type string, then we'll push error. Invalid arguments for one of. Skip. Otherwise, hit it with an add. Oh my god, this is so confusing. So open capture group, optional, or it's not optional, it's, well, it's an open capture group, but it's ignored as well, which I don't quite understand what that means in regex terms. A close brace. Oh, and because of this, we can just do this all in one go. Using string formatting, and then if. Oh, okay. If I is less than args length minus 1, then we want to add a pipe. Okay. Let me think. Then this needs to, I need to change this over to for I in args size. Okay. So var value is equal to args I. We'll do the same type check. Type of value string. Then we'll do this. There we go. Now for the last part, which is the pipe. So if I is less than args size, you might as well cache that. Arg size, integer args size. Arg size minus 1, by the way. Call add pipe. And then we need to close it. Identifier arg size. Or, okay, I messed up here. Args. There we go. Then outside of the for loop, we just need to close it. Beautiful. So this must be string. The strings to the vector. Turn reference the builder. The builder. That's looking pretty good. Let's actually initialize a Git repository. Ignore the blue stacks. So GD scripts, verbal expressions, Git init. I will need a few things. Let's copy over GDML readme here. What does verbal expressions use? All these verbal expressions generally use, like this Java one uses MIT, I think. Right? Is it MIT? Yeah. So I'll need to grab that. I'll just grab the one I use for OpenCFace. GD, license, drop that here. So copyright 2022. That's my name, Timothy Yuan. Oh geez. Reports of grab verbal expressions. To GD script. Tested on Godot 3 4x. Based on the Java implementation. There we go. So we have everything there. Do I have a git ignore? I do not. So we'll copy over GDML's git ignore. That one's pretty good. Copy GDML git ignore. Drop that here. I really do need to have a better script for initializing Git repositories for Godot, instead of just taking the latest one and then hoping it's good enough. Commit init. Let's create a repository. Why not? And then maybe I can even contact the verbal expressions people and see if they are interested. So what am I calling this? GD script verbal expressions. That's what I've called this repository. Git remote add origin. These git push u origin master. Okay. Oh, did I add the wrong one? Did I add the wrong one? I did add the wrong one. I used HTTPS instead of the SSH one. So okay, git remote set URL origin. I think that's the correct. Yeah, okay, he's done it. There we go. Just use my key. I don't even remember what my password is. Actually, I do know what my password is. It's a very long 25-character sequence. Because I realized that for a lot of my older passwords, it was just using the password I've been using for pretty much all my accounts ever since like elementary school. Like, it's still very hard to guess, but I'm sure it's already been compromised. Not to advertise that or anything. Oh, not that I made a mistake. Is it 0? No, it's money sign. Let's see. GD script verbal expressions. How did they write it? Java verbal expressions, GD script verbal expressions. So git commit. Let's see. Just call it fix up and then we'll just rebase it. Git rebase. Head 1. Can you do that? Yeah, you can't do that. Git rebase abort. All right, one sec. So rmrf, the entire repository. Git init, git add all. Git remote add origin. Slap in the SSH part. Give me this thing. Add origin. Push u origin master. Sorry, force. All right. Beautiful. Okay. I guess I'll just need to check with them later and see if this is okay to name it like that. Named capture, open brace to the current position, close the suffixes. So param, it doesn't have a doc string for the param, but that's fine. Params capture name. Name for the capture. You can also have an anonymous capture as well. So this is where I start becoming a little confused as to how this works. Adding more than one capture group, not super familiar with how that works. But I trust it will just work. So this is syntactic sugar for capture. Capture name. Let's go ahead and fill this out again. By fill it out, I mean hit it with a really quick copy and paste. Capture, group, end capture, end capped. Turn and capture. All right, so what is group? I require an explanation for how this works. Same as capture, but does not save the result. Beautiful. Be used to set duplicated captures. New saved capture. There are no params, it just returns a reference because this is the builder pattern. Can be used to continue build. Continue building the regex after capture or to add multiple captures. Really working on my typing speed here. I think my programming typing speed is about at 80 words per minute, which isn't too bad. Could be faster, but whatever. A bit shameful though, considering that's pretty much all I do. It's just type all day. Who needs a fast typing speed? If I practice, I 100% on a bigger keyboard, at the very least, can hit 120, but in what world am I ever going to need to type that fast? Unless I'm copying documentation like I am right now. For end capture, that's fine. Syntactic sugar. End group. Tactic sugar for end capture. No, this is pretty much the same thing. So there's end group, end capture, end capped, and then also just end group shortened, or NGR. Is there just shortened group as well, or no? I guess GR is way too small. I don't know, I'm gonna add it. Syntactic sugar for group. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. I'll drink some water of my own volition. It's getting warm in here. Okay, and we'll drink some more water. Thank you very much, Nova. Gotta wait for the lump in my throat to... Wait for the water to actually hit my stomach before I start drinking more water, though. My biggest weakness when I'm chugging pretty much anything is like, oh. I take really big gulps for whatever reason. I need to train myself not to do that, but... Alright. I've drank about... Yeah, most of my water already. Ugh. R.I.P. bladder. Alright. Test exact. Suppose you could have a test, but these are more... Okay. These are utility functions. Alright, let's go to here, so it's easier to work with. I'm having fun. It makes me feel productive to get something working like this. I know it shouldn't, but it does. Change all occurrences. So there should be... hold on. Let me see. Control F, match case, match whole word. Then we'll replace it with sanitize underscore. Okay. So there's get text, there's clear, there's replace. We don't need replace. That's one of the weird Python ones. But I think that's something you could do with the resulting regex instead of using the builder. So there is get text. Oh. This is also the same as the weird Python one. Bring me back. Oh no. How does this work? Because doesn't this... What is M? Pattern matcher? Because this is already the... Doesn't this extend regex? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. I thought this class extended regex, which is why I was operating under that assumption, but that's actually not true. All right. Good job, me. Excellent work. Got text groups. Regex. Creates a new instance. Where's build? I've seen build before somewhere in here. It must be one of these. Build. Build. Where is it? Okay. So build. What this does. So for this implementation, it actually extends regex already. And then I guess we'll just compile, yeah? So compile. Okay. Okay, hold on. So it's the prefixes, sources, and then the suffixes. Okay. So we'll hit it with, oh, there's toString already. All right, so we'll just compile whatever the heck toString gives me, right? toString. Yeah. Yeah. That's makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So where are we here? The rest of these are just helpers. So there's replace. I don't think I need to implement replace. Yeah. Most of these I don't need to implement at all. So there's only build, there's clear, which should also just call clear as well. So it's kind of overloading the clear method. I guess this should actually be called like reset, and then I won't overload clear. So this is reset. Yeah, so that we can start building something else. Yeah, let's do it like that. All right, I think that's good enough, and then we'll just go to test, and then oh no, oh no. Let's do real world unit test. Oh geez, this is bringing back memories of Java development. Oh no. Good old JUnit tests. Okay, well, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. So go here, tests. We'll have a base test. Base test. Qt test. It's probably fine. So here's your base test. Whatever. Slap all of this into here. And then everything else needs to inherit from base test. Like that. Not like this. Like this. Hooray! Everyone loves tests. And actually, this needs to be... renamed, since I'm following the Java test and the Java implementation instead of the Python one. I'd love to note from myself as to why I'm not using the Python implementation. But basically, the Python one doesn't have all the methods implemented, and then it's also kind of incorrect in a few places, which is very strange. And like their unit tests, the Python unit tests are also just wrong. Like in order to generate failure scenarios, they just break the entire regex. And it's like, yeah, if you just break the entire regex, it's gonna fail, but that's not actually like best effort. If anything, that's like least possible effort, which is bizarre. Alright, so let's see. let's see, assert equals, so it's a verbal expression, and then we'll do all of this stuff. So start of line, then HTTP, maybe. So hopefully this works first try. That would be pretty sick. Maybe www dot anything but space ends of line and build. Look at that. Okay, so first test, run me, no failures. Oh, non-existent function, start of line and base nil. What do you mean? Oh, it's oh, it's because I'm doing this. Okay, so before each, or before each. So don't accidentally override these. So test me again. Failed it. 1 expected to equal 0. What was the error? Unmatched closing parentheses. Okay, that makes sense to me, I think. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. So I think I need to do my own kind of smaller unit tests at this point. So do they have basic functionality? So this is essentially like really quick smoke test. Oh, yeah, let's call it smoke test. So test smoke. Let's grab this. This uses the test base before each. Okay. Okay, so verbal expressions, or we'll do assert equals. I should really define like a assert okay, I guess. Because actually, strangely enough, Qt doesn't actually have an assert okay. Although that's one of the features I like having. So func assert okay. So you need to have, I don't know, just the input. And then we'll do assert equals input. Okay, beautiful. Then test smoke. This is pretty close to being the same, but it's basically like assert true, I suppose. So verbal expression, something, and then we'll build. So let me just test this one really quick. All right, so that's still okay. That's good. We can start testing some matches as well. Since this is like a smoke test, we won't have pass fail. Everything here is just more or less self-contained. So assert equal VE search null object doesn't have something. Oh no, how does this work? Assert that this thing not matches to null. What is matches to? Where is matches to? Oh, they have a, oh no, matches. Oh good, matches to. Where does this pull from? Test match matcher, test match matcher. Forgot how hard it is to read Java code without using the IDE. matches to return new test matcher test. Please. Why would you do this? This toTest is equal to toTest. Yeah. Type safe matcher verbal expression. Enterprise grade programming at its finest. So this is like test not equals, or this is basically like not null, right? So not null, right? Smoke test me. Ah, expected null to be anything but null. Well, it is null, so that means we have failed. Oh no. Hold on. Asserts not null. VE search A. So this should just give me A, right? That's what something will give me back. All right, what is the implementation of something? I'm scared. So something is all of these, which is the optional capture group. So does that mean it doesn't actually capture anything? Is that what that means? What does this mean? Ooh, sorry. Non-capturing group groups multiple tokens together without creating a capture group. Matches any character except for line breaks, and the quantifier matches one or more of the preceding token. Yeah, so this doesn't have a capture group, but it just matches whatever you want. So it must be something in how it's being compiled, I suppose. Let me see. Goot print VE to string. Run me. Fail me. Oh, I see. It's because this actually should not have compiled. That's very strange. I suppose that is... that doesn't feel like correct syntax, though. So... Or actually, is this... This might not be correct syntax, like, at all. Yeah, this isn't correct syntax at all. Because this needs to be... Let's see, it's like build string. Build string. All of these need to be build stringed. Build string. Because these are not strings anymore. These are actually arrays, which I'm using as string builders. Okay. Send me one more time. Smoke test me. Okay. So that looks correct, because I think in Godot you should be able to do that, right? So I can paste this into here. Unescaped // right? That makes sense, because we're not using the /. These are implicit, and then you can pass in flags like this, multi-line. Yeah, that should be valid. Maybe give me just a direct regex with this. So I'll grab that. Hold on. Give me one of these. So var regex is equal to regex new. We'll do regex compile whatever the heck this is. This might be incorrect, but I think that's right. Although I'd need to check the documentation one more time. So assert okay. And then we'll do the same thing, assert not null, except using this custom one, where I plug in the regex directly. Send me. Hey. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Are you not allowed to do this? Let me try this again. Or maybe this isn't even correct. Maybe like the Java implementation of regex is just slightly different, in which case, nope. It's because of how I'm passing the stuff, because this actually ran correctly now. So regex. How does this work? How do I pass in global flags? Bum bum bum. Must be compiled. Search. Compile as D+. They must be escaped. Yep. Using search. Blah blah. Capture groups. Supports. This version of regex also supports named capture groups. Yep. Search all. Nope. Splitting via regex. This uses PCRE2. Okay, I guess we'll just look at the pattern reference. Oh no, I've seen this before. It's excruciating. Look at this. Look at that. What am I thinking about? I am thinking about /G and /I, and also /M. All of these are forward slashes, not backslashed. So internal option setting. Yeah, okay, so these need to be internal option stuff. So for example, IM sets caseless multi-line matching. So unset these options by preceding the relevant letters with a hyphen. Okay. Oh, these need to be inserted. These need to be inserted inside your capture group, but how do you insert them just wherever? Because I know the verbal expressions version here just has the ability to insert gonna like while I clean. No problem. I'm just gonna be here just reading documentation. God, I hate regex. Why did I choose to do this? And the answer is because I thought if I wrote this, I wouldn't need to do it again. It's a lot of pain once, and then it's smooth sailing, more or less. Conditional groups. Oh, good. This is crazy. Okay, hold on. Bring me back to... Where the heck was it? I saw it before. It's roughly in the middle. Internal option setting, yes. Or is there just regular option setting as well? Where the heck did it send me? Oh, it sent me to the table of contents. What the heck? Special startup pattern items. These are not Perl compatible. That's fine. I don't think I have control over any of these. Yeah. Okay. Backslash non-printing characters. All right. How about this? Where does this show up? Okay. Matches a portion when caseless matching is specified. Caseless option or that thing within the pattern. That's not useful, unfortunately. How do I do global options? Circumflex. Unset. Or is this like an implementation detail? So like Godot just passes some options for you. I hope not. I'll need to verify that though. So Godot 3.4. I'm still on 3.4. There is a 3.5 branch. I'm actually not even on the correct 3.4 version. I think I'm now 3 versions behind. So I really should update at some points. Let me see. There's regex in this repository. Test regex. Nope. Regex.xml. Regex C++. This looks promising. Okay. So where is compile? That's probably the important parts. General context, compile context. Okay. Pattern get data. Yeah. Flags. Where do we set flags? PC RE2 dupe names. So that looks unfortunate. No. Okay. Let me see. Gotta think. And also, I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick and refill my water bottle. BRB. Hello. I have returned. Okay. So here we are. Oh, hello, Bumsy. Hello. How are you? How are you? Give me 1 sec. I'm. Are you familiar with verbal expressions? One of these. It's basically like it's regex for like a normal person. So instead of having to memorize like a big complicated strings of commands, what you can do instead is just type in a, like match on word, or it's like word, any character, blah blah. So it's really easy. I'm surprised you write this. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, why am I doing this? Or what's something I really dislike doing in the GDML library? I was like, man, was 100% the regex part, because there are a few regex parts. So okay, we'll just do like a really quick and dirty port of the Python version of verbal expressions. As it turns out, the Python version is kind of bad. It's kind of bad, not a huge fan of it, and it's also not complete, but it also doesn't appear to be getting updated either. So scrapped all that work and rewrote it in Java, or based off the Java version, because the JavaScript version also doesn't look correct. But now I'm at the part where I'm trying to pass in modifiers, because according to regexer, you can pass in modifiers afterwards. Yeah, expression flags, but I don't think you can do this. So I'm a little confused, if you can believe that. But once I get it working, imagine how cool it'll be. But man, I just need to write this once, and I never need to think about regex this hard ever again. We can regex always forget. Yeah, I always forget as well. Like it's one of those things where I learn it, and I'm like, man, I know how this works every single time. I never need to look it up again. And then the next week, I just forget everything, which is fine because I don't usually need to use regex that often. But the hard part is that it looks like Godot passes in a flag for me. So you're not allowed to set global flags. You can only set local flags, which is making this tough, if you can believe that. At least I think so, because I'm looking at the implementation details. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like I don't even know what like regexer says that G, global search, is a parameter, but I don't see G as being a parameter here. And I don't. No, PC RE2. Oh, dupe names. Oh, okay. So that's where this is. Dupe names. This is compile time. Oh no. Oh no. So I guess Godot doesn't support it unless I just bring in an external library. We're melting because working on vector math. Vector math, tough as well. It's good to know we're both working on things that are hard to think about. Yeah, this is the flag. This is the compile time flag. Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, well that's fine. Then I'll just take out the modifiers part, I guess. Yeah, I'll just take out the modifiers part. So this will just be raw string, essentially. So we can do it like this. Boom. No, hold on. Boom. Boom. And then we won't use the modifiers at all. So then this is a bit cleaner. No more modifiers. Modifiers are for nerds. Which means we also need to take out all of this other modifier stuff. So there are add modifier, remove modifier, and then, yeah. Oh, good. This would have been cool to have, but whatever. Creating geometrical custom shapes with Polygon 2D based on dynamic object on the screen. Custom geometrical custom shapes with Polygon 2D based on a dynamic object on the screen. So are you... Can't you just do that with like a shader? That sounds like something you could do with a shader, right? So... Or like, I guess, two shaders. One shader to kind of write it to a back buffer, and then the second shader to capture it. Yeah, I suppose I can. Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought of, because if you're trying to do it based on a dynamic object on the screen, you need to capture it anyways using a shader, right? The game objects don't tend to share the shader. Yeah. I think that's a architectural detail that might be kind of hard to figure out then. Screen space shader. Yeah, well, that's what the back buffer node is for, right? But I don't know. I'm the wrong person to ask about shaders. Like the last thing I remember about shaders was I was talking to somebody about like live 2D, where live 2D is the other style of VTubing, where you have a 2D character. They were making a competitor, not a completely custom implementation as well, that isn't live 2D, and they're talking about, you know, all the shader magic that you need to do in order to emulate a stencil buffer in Godot. I was like, brain immediately melted after that. You can do it by option for high quality settings. What is the buffer though? Stencil buffer? Yeah, stencil. Yeah, Godot doesn't have a stencil buffer, which is tough. But I also did more reading. I think I have it saved here. One of these. Stencil buffer. So writing to the OpenGL stencil buffer, which is actually something you can't do, which is interesting. I thought it was a buffer that you had to write to. It's automatically written to, and then you only read from it. But I guess it's like some sort of depth buffer, I suppose. So then I'll just need to think about that. Using a back buffer. And then Godot also exposes the depth buffer via the light function, I suppose, in the shader. So I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. All right, but run the smoke test. All right, so smoke test works. Real world test, please work. Yes! Oh, look at that. It is beautiful. In 2D it doesn't exist, sadly. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. We'll think about it. Anyway, check this out. Look at that. So here is the result of all my hard work. So verbal expressions. So we start the builder, start of line, then HTTP. We might have an S that we were looking for, ://. We might have a www dot. And then we're match for anything that isn't a space. Go until the end of the line, and then we build it. So this is very Java style, by the way, which is my area of expertise. I guess the Python one was also very close, but you know, whatever. But at least the smoke test passed, which is also very good. It looks so good, right? And it's also like easy for me to think about, since I'm not really writing my own tests. I'm just porting it from Java. So this is the kind of work I actually like working on. Because I don't need to think about it. All I need to do is just, you know, how do I convert this from Java to GD scripts? Okay, here's how you do it. You know, it's very straightforward. So instead of code, you chain the functions. Well, this is the builder, right? So the actual implementation is that we kind of build up we basically just build the regular expression like this, instead of, you know, here's your capture group, here's your match group, etc., right? It's way more verbose, 100%. But oh, and I didn't test it yet. Actually, I'm a liar. I'm a fraud. Let's see. So let's do search and assert. So we'll do search HTTPS Godot. What is the Godot website? GodotEngine.org. GodotEngine.org, and we want to assert that this equals that. It's beautiful. How can one man write something as beautiful as this? Oh, and I also need to pass in the regexer. Actually, I don't actually need search and assert anymore. Yeah, because I already have the regex stuff. So then this is just assert equals. Can you do nested as well? What do you mean? What do you mean nested? What does that mean? Do you mean? I don't really understand. What do you mean nested in what context? Regex, kind of. So I have implemented the ability for you to do this. So add is actually duck typed. So you can pass in a string or you can pass in another verbal expression builder. And so then it will build the expression to string it, and then just kind of add it to the current one. So I guess, yeah, it's nested. It supports nesting. I don't really understand the Java logic, which is they add in an anonymous group to nest it. So I don't understand what it's doing, but I trust the Java version because it seems to check out for the most part. At least the basics I'll check out. So we'll do all of this, and then we say assert null ve search and actually let's do this really quick. So we want to match against the www dot. So these will all match. Yeah, no reason not to work since it returns a string. Yeah, well actually regex in Godot doesn't actually return a string, it returns a regex match, which contains all the match groups, which is kind of cool as well, since for the version that I am currently working with, it allows for nesting of named groups as well. So you can do, let me see, it's one of these. Capture, yeah, so you can specify a capture group, which is really cool. And then query by capture group. But I don't know. I need someone smarter than me to figure that out. All right. So send me. Run test real world. Oh, okay. Sorry. I got it. So this is search, and then we get string, and then we'll just do the anonymous capture group, I guess, or the first capture group. Run me test real world. Oh baby, it's beautiful. And then we can also do is a website. So it should only capture GodotEngine.org, I think. Hopefully, maybe, please. Attempt to get call function get string on a null instance. That makes sense. Let me think. That's kind of tough. I think that should have worked, right? Or is it because it's I don't know, actually. Let's see what it compiles to. Good. Goots print ve to string. I'm interested to see what this gives me. So we'll still error out, that's fine. Send me. So what was this? Oh, just Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. I hate this. So these need to be escaped. So how does this work? This should be like hello https google.com. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Turn off the flags. So technically I think we're only using non-dupe and there's no multi-line either. Really? Oh, it's because it has space. No, okay, hold on. Hey. Oh, hello. Popping for a quick question. What graphics API does OpenGL? It uses OpenGL and it targets OpenGL 3. So that is toggleable on my end, but it's not toggleable at runtime. But I think if you're using OpenGL 2, it'll require a few modifications because there's a separate set of shaders that need to be used for OpenGL 2. No idea if audio is working. There is no audio, so that's okay. There's only audio inputs. There's no audio outputs. So you're probably fine there. Is this correct? How does this not capture? But like, it captures in... There we go, I can hear now. What do you mean here? You didn't hear me answering? Yes, I'm confused about which part of audio that you're talking about. Okay. I suppose it's hard to tell if I'm talking or not since the duck model doesn't actually have a mouth. We can always just switch over to Alicia though. There we go. Beautiful. Never heard the answer. So Godot uses, or this version of OpenCPHG uses OpenGL 3, whatever that one is. So it is toggleable to OpenGL 2, but that requires a separate set of shaders. And also that's not toggleable at runtime, or even like after export. But basically the answer is OpenGL 3. Will the new one use Vulkan? Probably not until like Godot 4 is out for real testing. Maybe, I don't know. It'll depend on whenever I port to Godot 4. But Godot 4, like, not alpha, not beta, that will probably be out like, I'm expecting by Christmas, by the earliest. Christmas is the earliest Godot 4 will be officially out. So I'm okay with trying to port it to like one of the Godot alphas or betas, but it's very unstable right now. So I'm not super into it. Worth a look. Oh, it's absolutely not worth a look, but if you are, I guess if you have nothing better to do, then why not, I guess. What does this fail on? It's failing on this one, which makes sense. Okay, so it's this because it doesn't capture anything, but for some reason this is also not capturing anything. I gotta think. So there is just like a random space character, so maybe I should not. It's probably this part, anything but. Okay, let's look for it. I'm scared. Anything but. Yeah, I try not to build too much complex stuff on the new version, even though it does look super fancy. It's nowhere near stable enough or whatever I need. So You know, I know as like an end user, it's nice to have the shiniest toys and whatnot, but as someone who actually has to to make the toys, it's not a good experience to just constantly crash or just run into random errors. Should I be using how do I pass in just an empty space? Is it just space? Big space. Not big space. What is the match? So negated set anything not in the set. I have no idea how well OpenGL runs compared to bulk modes. Enough to implement the future performance and better could be worth trying out. Oh, it's 100% like more performance for sure. Vulkan is. And it also has a lot more fancier features. And Godot 4, like one of the main limitations of you know, this version of Godot. Yeah, I kind of like I lost track of what I was saying mid-sentence. But one of the main limitations of this is that for every single material that you have on your model, Godot actually does like 2 additional passes, render passes. So if you have like, I think like the people I was talking to is like if you have 10 or more models in the same scene or that are currently on screen, you'll actually be doing like, I don't know, like a non-trivial, it's like 50 or more render passes every single frame. Something like that. Don't quote me on that. Whereas Godot 4, you know, intelligently batches every single render pass. Something like that. So Vulkan is supposed to be more performance, but you know, until Godot 4 is stable, I don't really feel like dedicating a lot of time to porting to Godot 4. Like Godot 4 has a lot of cool stuff as well, especially in like the GD script area, because GD script is pretty basic, which is why I like it, but it's missing a few things. Isn't OpenGL ES different? Yeah, they are different, but it's not appreciably different. For most people, it shouldn't make a difference. Yeah, well, yeah, if you're a developer, it makes a difference, right? Like if you're working with shaders, it makes a difference. If you are trying to deploy to different platforms, it makes a difference. But for the most part, it doesn't matter. You know, end users, as long as you're using a computer from like the last 5 years, or even like last 10 years, your computer will probably be able to run any of these. Vulkan, not so much. I think Vulkan, you need to have a computer that's built within like the last 5 years, and it needs to be somewhat beefy. Don't mind me. I'm still like staring at this. This doesn't make a lot of sense. Because this matches a space character. So no space character. I'm losing my mind. How does this not match in the helper thing? Yeah, so like that should have matched. What's the match? List, no result. I think that's unlikely. Click a match above to where's the match? Look forward to Vulkan implementation. Oh, you face GD, it frees up if it frees up more of my system resources. I think it should already be more performant than VC Face on Linux, since you don't have any wine overhead. And also, I don't know. I think it pulls at a lower rate than VC Face does as well. Make a difference in GPU heavy games during streams. It's not performance heavy on the graphics driver. I don't know. It should be about the same on both. Like, my computer is not a good representation. It's mostly CPU bound anyway, since the face tracker takes up a bunch of CPU time. Yeah, because the face tracker actually does not even run on my GPU. Yeah, the face tracker doesn't even run on my CPU, so it doesn't matter. OpenC Face, though, it is using about 10%, but it's not a good comparison to other people since I have a pretty beefy setup. Just to peep the setup. Look at that. Ooh, 16 cores, or 16 usable cores, 8 physical cores. Ooh, 32 gigs. Ooh, RTX 3080. Paid out the butt for that. But let me see. This is probably not a valid test, by the way. Maybe I'm just being weird for no reason. Don't leave, actually. I guess we'll just continue implementing this, because I guess like this is still okay as long as this passes. As long as it's compliant to the Java version, which I have somewhat arbitrarily determined to be more correct. It's not arbitrary, but it's close to being arbitrarily determined to be more correct. Stop flexing, I'm still on an 8-year-old CPU. Hey, I used to stream from a laptop, so I know your pain. And then for a very, very long time, up until I graduated from college, I was using a Chromebook, so I'm allowed to flex a little bit. It's nice being able to run more than one thing at a time, let me tell you. If I recall, you can limit how many times OS... Yeah, for sure, yeah. So if you see in the program, in the tracking menu, you can actually set the FPS. That's what the FPS thing does, so... And then the actual program will also try to limit itself based off of this FPS thing. But it defaults to 12. So you'll like the tracking will actually look a lot better the closer you get to 60, and then anything more than 60, it doesn't really matter since I actually have tracking bound to the physics thread. So it tracks at most 60 frames a second. So don't worry, your worries have been considered. It's already been taken into consideration. No problem. And actually, it wasn't even me that wrote that logic. Some other streamer just happened to notice the software and then they submitted a patch and like, yeah. If you do it this way, it increases performance like a lot. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Thanks. Much appreciated. I guess I didn't realize I was accidentally always polling for data at 60 frames per second, no matter what you actually set the face tracker to pull at. Yeah, but basically to reiterate, you can set the tracker FPS there, or you can set it if you do it how like Rogue Ren does it. That will also work, is just running it manually. Although then the FPS part is just up to you to figure out. Let's see, count 3. End of line build. Oh baby. Alright. Let's just hope this passes. Okay. Oh, it's not called range, it's uppercase range. Because I don't want to shadow the built-in range function. Test telephone number. Would it be possible to set a hard cap for the FPS, the GUI where it runs at? It shouldn't matter. It updates however fast the GUI needs to update. So are you running into performance issues? It's the better question. Like it's good to like try to optimize, but if it's a complete non-issue, then there's no reason to try to optimize it. All right. So by the way, this failed. with the most basic of default errors. Actually, no, it does this. Compile for. Quantifier does not follow a repeatable item. Oh, good. More worried about how easy it would be to limit itself on older hardware. Well, I mean, if once again, you know, it seems to run well enough. Once I start getting reports of it not running well, then we can start looking into ways to optimize it. Like, if you have a performance monitor, since you have an 8-year-old laptop yourself, you're more concerned about how well games run on it. Have you tried? I mean, what does your resource utilization look like when you are running the program? And then are you also able to track the difference between the actual face tracker and the renderer? So like the face tracker, I have very little control over besides, you know, the FPS that it runs at. At least on Windows, the face tracker is also completely CPU bound, so that's not really anything I can do about that. The renderer takes up a pretty good chunk of memory. As you can see, it's using 1 GB. Pretty good. And then only 3.4% of my CPU, 10% of my GPU, but it's hard to say. So, I mean, it's good to try to optimize, but I'm not going to pre-optimize if there's no problem, right? I'm going to check on it since I can't get games to run it due to being a ton of work to get stuff running, but once I do, I'll take a look. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. Cause doesn't yeah, Ren uses it, doesn't he? Ren uses it, so I would have assumed it would have been it's okay if he's able to get it to work. Although I suppose his setup isn't the best thing to check against as well, since he has a lot of, presumably a lot of startup scripts that are like adding and removing things. One of the hazards of giving users too much power is that you also give them the ability to shoot themselves in the foot. Quantifier does not follow a repeatable item. That's tough. Quantifier does not follow a repeatable item. I don't know what that means. Is it range? So range requires a... Range requires a thing. So we go to range. Is it you? So this needs to be one of these. I think range is okay. It's probably counts, because I wasn't really paying attention when I was implementing counts. Huh. Range does not... It's almost certainly range, I think. Quantifier does not follow a repeatable item. It's almost certainly range. Or counts. I played too many GPU heavy titles aside from Apex and Final Fantasy 14. With 14 being an absolute pain to get running on Linux. I would assume so, yeah. I would assume so. Didn't the company behind Apex, didn't they announce somewhat recently that they would have like a native build for Linux? Or was that Fortnite? I don't remember. Final Fantasy 14 makes more sense, right? Because that's Square Enix. Square Enix is Japan, and Japan isn't really into Linux all that much in terms of like the consumer market. Or even like PC gaming is pretty non-existent compared to the preponderance of console gaming in Japan. By the way, I'm just looking at this. I'm staring at it. Doesn't feel right. Also, I dislike how in Godot you can't do this. Oh, actually, no, you totally can. Never mind. I'm a liar. You can do this. You just have to insert the line breaks yourself, which is kind of pain. It's kind of a pain. Apex enabled EAC support for Linux. Easy anti-cheat. Yeah. I didn't know what it meant, but I've heard the term before. I can figure it out. Fortnite isn't enabling EAC support. Yeah. So it goes. I mean, they make a lot of money, right? So it's like you can use our platform or you don't have to. So, you know, they don't have to compete. They just wait for people to come to them. Anti-cheat on the client, so only she's trying to get the launcher to work. Which launcher does for you. Interesting. I don't play any of those games. I don't really play. I did want to try out Final Fantasy 14 at some point because it looks like my kind of game. I'm into those kind of games. Something that's more story driven and you don't really need to party up unless you want to. But I don't know. If you haven't noticed, I use Windows anyways. I work with Linux like professionally though, but which is how my only claim to understanding what the Linux stuff is. But that's mostly in like software automation, or not. It's kind of software, depending on how you classify containers and virtual machines. Is a container or a virtual machine, does that count as hardware or software? Hard to say. Tim owns Easy Anti-Cheat and say he doesn't trust his own product. Yeah, I mean, I also don't trust my own product, so I suppose that's fair. I think that's fair. So regex. So we're doing start of line. It's a kernel level cheat, so you could easily set easy anti-cheat only accept trusted kernels. Well, it's hard to tell because that you can spoof a lot of things, right? As long as you intercept the inter-process communication layer, or intercept things at the IPC layer. Just taking real quick. Back to Final Fantasy 14. Should try it as well. One day I will. But I need to finish Elden Ring. And then I want to play Triangle Strategy as well. Because I like those kind of games. Big fan. And then I still need to finish up the last routes in... it's not Final Fantasy. What is it called? Fire Emblem. Both start with an F. I got confused. Fire Emblem. I still have not finished up the church route. And Fire Emblem, 3 houses. Might be possible, might not. I'm not too knowledgeable on topics like that. Oh, no, it's 100% possible, right? So that's... There's nothing stopping cheaters. I mean, it is also just like an excuse, right, from Epic, that they don't want to support Linux. There's a multitude of reasons, but as long as you limit your attack vector to just Windows, it's easier to defend against, right? If you open it up to Linux, then you need to get, Linux experts to help patch anti-cheat, etc., etc. There's a bunch of things. So then it's like, how much do you care about cheating? And how much do you care to try to fight against cheating? It doesn't work well on Windows, Imagine how much worse it would work on Windows if they had to support two platforms. Don't worry, I've been staring at this and just kind of like looking back at this the entire time while I was talking. But I'm 90% sure though it's the counts that's messing things up. Still a bunch of cheaters on it? Yeah, but like imagine how much more there would be. It's one of those things where you need to... Like there's not just a cure-all, right? Like why not just accept that there'll be cheaters, and then you'll have people that just say like, oh, why are there so many cheaters? It's a situation where no one wins, for sure. So I'm assuming that they've limited, or they just said like Linux is not compatible because they say like, the amount of people who actually play on Linux is small enough that it doesn't really cut into any profit margins, which is true. You know, most gaming is not done on Linux. Because Linux does have a stigma about it, right? It's like, oh, this is like the OS for like turbo nerds. It's too hard to use, etc., etc. And is it? Maybe, yeah. It's definitely not user-friendly. Really? So it was not the counts. It might be the range then, huh? Quantifier does not follow a repeatable item. I wish I knew what the quantifier looked like. Be able to make a separate version of Fortnite with the EAC patch made only to run on Linux so that Windows can't take advantage of the Linux patch. Well, it's not just that, right? Then you need to split up the team, so you need different people to support, you know, both Windows and Linux, right? So that's what I'm saying, right? So you can't generally, if you're dealing with like kernel level detection stuff like this, you need to have experts who write it. So there's people who deal with Windows stuff only. There are people who deal with Linux stuff only. There's not too much overlap between the two. I mean, it's like system level kernel programming, but it's two different kernels and you're trying to detect like abnormal activity. So what does that mean, right? It's not so easy. So like, you know, I understand why they did what they did. It sucks. Like, can they afford to hire more programmers? Yes, they can definitely afford to hire more programmers, but you know, someone somewhere, some business analyst somewhere has calculated that, you know, the amount of people playing on Linux that they would lose, you know, offsets, you know, the cost of hiring more programmers. It's the same problem as some car company. Was it Toyota? I think. I want to say it's Toyota, but I'm just not going to say any. I just won't name them. But it's they knew that their car was defective, like the brake system on their car was defective, right? But instead of issuing a recall and then having to fix all the cars, they just calculated that, you know, paying out and paying off the families of the deceased of their cars would be less than having to fix all the cars because of a recall. Right? It's the same concept there. Like, it's easier just to lose the revenue from Linux gamers than to hire Linux programmers to, you know, support anti-cheat on Linux. One of those. I wonder if is it this? Don't send me. Send me this. Really? Which one is it? Is it Quantifier does not follow a repeatable item. What is the quantifier? Linux market share is rising with the deck release. Almost all the work to get the games working is done by the community and Valve. Windows 11 is causing more people to switch over to Linux. Yeah, but like, you know, someone has already done the math. Someone has already done the math, so that's not really up to me. But that is just, that's business, baby. All comes down to raw numbers. All comes down to raw numbers. 2 to 3% PCs being Linux like a few years ago would have been a good argument. The number is rising a crap ton. Well, I mean, do you have any numbers on that? Do you have any official numbers on that? And then how many, and of the Fortnite players, how many of them say that they use Linux as well? Right, there must be, there of course is some number, right? Like, you need to reach some break-even point for them to start supporting Linux, because then it would start, you know, them not supporting Linux would take money out of their profit margin. That's how it works, right? Companies don't do things just because, right? Steam supports Linux because, one, they don't need to support Windows, or the Steam Deck runs Linux because they don't need to pay the license fee for Windows, right? They're not doing it just because, like, oh, Linux is so great. You know, Linux is free. You don't need to pay the license. And I'm assuming with the Steam Deck, the profit margins are very thin. So that was probably factored in. Hardware survey results should be released soon from Valve. Deciding factor in why the deck runs Linux. I'm pretty sure the deck runs Linux because they don't have to pay the license fee. So they have calculated that they would save more money than they would lose by hiring more programmers to just build in better Linux support. Right? It's all numbers. Right? All profit margin. I'm trying to think of which one. By the way, I'm trying to figure out, is it the capture? So we should just be able to compile at the very least. But it's not. Performance 2? Hard to say. Hard to say. Is Linux more performant than Windows? Hard to say. Linux is not by default more performant than Windows. I think Windows, the biggest thing about Windows is that it just runs a bunch of daemons in the background for you. But if you are directly hitting Windows graphics APIs, Windows is gonna be pretty fast. Like DirectX 12, DirectX 11, pretty fast. Pretty fast. Oh, hello, Needle Mouse. Trying out XFCE. XFCE, pretty sick. That's my favorite DE, for sure. I'm completely stumped, by the way, why this isn't working. Please don't be this space. Has already shown the deck performs better compared to Windows when running Linux? It's possible, right? But I'm just saying in general. Just running Linux doesn't make something faster. The reason why most companies even run Linux in the first place is because they don't need to pay a license fee. You know, I think if the Windows had no license fee, I think a lot more companies would actually run Windows. Actually, like, I can't pin apps on panel though. I think that's true. I don't remember if you can, but I don't usually pin any apps on my panel anyways. I don't know. I do like the Windows XP experience, and also XFCE is just fast. It's very not system intensive, which is nice. Did I already try this, by the way? I'm super mind flooded. Why isn't this working? Quantifier doesn't follow a repeatable item, but there is no quantifier. There's only then, maybe, maybe. Is it because then is like super weird? So depends on a bunch of factors for sure, but Linux runs better, especially on AMD. That statement is too vague to be true. Statement is too vague to be true. Again, it's hard to say. Windows Server, not too bad. I don't like using Windows Server, but it works. Like, I would say that I know what I'm talking about better than most people, if only because I work for a big open source company. You may have heard of them. I'm not going to say the name though, but you can definitely search it for yourself. Especially since my real name is just listed. I don't know where you haven't been in the Linux community. Oh, I haven't really touched Slackware. I haven't really touched Gentoo. I haven't done like any of the Linux from scratch stuff because I don't know. I just don't care. Doesn't choose to support Linux. They do actually. So they do choose to support Linux. They just don't support, or they don't release open source drivers. Right. So you can use the proprietary NVIDIA drivers. Are they slower on release? Yeah, but it goes down back to the money thing, right? They don't hire programmers to support it because they know they don't have to. They're not losing too much money. It would cost more to keep the programmer on staff shall we say, than the amount of money that they would lose from not having the programmer. Elden Ring is why people are using Linux. Shader pre-caching makes the gun run better, or rather smoother. Well, on Windows, you can also just set your shader cache to unlimited, I suppose. So it doesn't really matter. Does it help? I'm sure it does, for sure. I'm thinking it must be this then, because I used maybe up here. I hate that the then is broken though. Yeah, then is broken. Why is then broken? Why is then broken? Something to do with how Proton converts to DirectX to Vulkan instead of using DirectX. That doesn't make any sense. If you are using a, almost like for pretty much anything you do, right, having the in-between shim will slow down performance. But it's possible, right, that whatever rendering method they're using for DirectX is just bad, I guess. And it's poor enough that it actually runs faster even with the shim. Suppose it's possible. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers. Don't even know what the actual implementation looks like. But it's almost always certainly because of a bad render loop. Well, even if the render loop was bad, it doesn't matter, right? Because what Proton does is actually intercept the call and then translate it into something that Linux can understand. Is this wrong? I'm just staring at this. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Then, did I do this wrong? No, this is question mark something, and then I sanitize it. Did I not sanitize it correctly? But yeah, I'm not really a fanboy of Linux. I think Linux is nice, I suppose. Linux is okay. Would I use it as a daily driver? Maybe. If I'm forced to upgrade to Windows 11, then maybe. Because I hear that Windows 11 runs everything via hypervisor. Of course, I've only read that. I haven't actually checked that for myself. Okay, maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. So, yeah, maybe I need to change my sanitizer thingy. So, say goodbye. Static function sanitize. To me, it looks like Vulkan drivers being better on Linux, so the DirectX Vulkan converter can do its job without many issues. Well, it still doesn't make any sense, right? So if you are taking raw system calls and then translating them, every single system call needs to be translated. So you have that shim layer, so you're always running into a consistent performance detriment. You're always going to have the detriment no matter what. So you're always going to be running slower no matter what. Because the render call has already been made, right? The render call already happened. So you're not cutting out any middleman. All right, let's see. Maybe we'll just do this. So this is there, how many replace calls do we have? Replace. It's just replace, and then we replace everything. And the fact that Linux has as little bloat as possible, so it makes up for that performance slot. It depends on which version of Linux you're using as well. Linux doesn't necessarily come with less bloat. That is a common misunderstanding, as well as the other misunderstanding that Linux has less viruses. And the same goes for Mac OS. That's a very common misunderstanding. I'd say Linux actually might have more viruses. but they're just not consumer oriented. Or it's not like they have less, but it's that they're more secure. Linux is not inherently more secure than Windows. Depending on of course, your distribution, right? So for most people, you don't actually want to have most SE Linux permissions turned on because that slows down most things for you. Like you can 100% tune your Linux distribution be really, really fast. So like on Linux, you can pass kernel arguments at runtime to turn off the Spectre and the other one, Spectre meltdown mitigations, which I've actually done because I don't care. Okay, so this was the problem, I think. It was probably these. My sanitization logic was bad. So we do all of this. We can run it again, maybe. As long as you're installing unneeded software on your Linux computer, should use way less system resources compared to Windows. It depends on what you mean by unwanted, unneeded software. So I know that if you're using a managed distribution like Ubuntu or Fedora, those usually come by default with their own package daemons. So those can kill a lot of performance. If you're using the default SC Linux permissions, that can also kill a lot of performance. And then if you're just installing a bunch of, fancy desktop helpers, that can also kill performance a lot. If you have a lot of cron jobs scheduled, that can kill performance. And it's running Vulkan, run with a 20 to 30 FPS boost compared to Windows. Well, that's cool, I guess. It's kind of pro games as well. I don't know. Guess I'll need to see the stats and their configuration, right? So what's the error? Quantifier does not. Why are you like this? All right, hold on. Give me a print to string. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you're trying to convince me that Linux is more performance than Windows, you are not going to, considering that I do Linux performance tuning for a living. I do Linux performance tuning for a living, so it's I simply do not. I've seen it too often, shall we say. It's a myth that it's better. It's nice to believe it, yeah, for sure, but if you're running graphical applications, it's tough. It's tough on Linux. Right. I do performance tuning, I do Linux kernel patching for a living, all that other stuff. Mostly infrastructure though, but all right, run me again. All right, and we printed this. So which one of these are wrong? Oh, I see. So it doesn't get closed correctly. Yeah, because that's a hanging tag at that point, I think. So if we grab this, let me grab this. Let me grab it, please. It's mainly all server work, not running Windows applications through compatibility layers. Correct. Yeah, it's generally not running Windows applications specifically because we do have like Linux binaries for everything. There are a few Linux native graphical applications, but I suppose that doesn't really count. So what's wrong with this? Where are we missing? It should be this. Oh, that's because then this closes correctly afterwards. Boom, 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 boom. But yes, it's mostly server work. So in terms of pure performance, Linux is not necessarily better. Maybe in terms of graphics rendering, It's possible. But generally the drivers are behind. They're second-class citizens to Windows in general as well. Do some Linux and Windows someday. Sometime next we can see if the performance is really that different. Yeah, I mean, if you have a somewhat minimal Windows install, like I personally don't run. I very specifically turn off as many background processes as possible in most of my systems I work on, right? But I do know, you have a bunch of people, even like if you're using like a Linux system, right? Like if you're running Compton or Compiz for instead of your default window compositor, that can kill performance 100%. And I suppose on Windows the equivalent would be Rainmeter. I'm familiar with that as well. Cron jobs, which is like anything that auto updates, kills performance because it just runs in the background. Anything that runs in the background. So, yes, Windows by default runs more things in the background, but I've already said that. So startup line, so it's the range, it's the capture range that's bad. Range. So oh, you know what? I never insert the other one. Yeah, there we go. Range. Value append, wait. Oh, yeah, here we go. So, yeah, value appends close tag. Free to do it yourself distro install, but most everything in something like Manjaro would do. So are you running Arch? Are you running Arch or are you running like Slackware? Are you running Gentoo? What are you running? I'm pretty familiar with most of them. You don't have to play coy with me. Even though I'm using Windows, don't worry. I've tried out most of the distributions. Arch, yeah. Are you able to install Arch without following a guide? That's the ultimate test of competence, if you will. This thing is staying with XFCE. XFCE, pretty sick. Especially if you're using a desktop system, or even if you're not using a desktop system. XFCE has very minimal load on system resources. But I like it better than, what is it called? LXDE, I think? And also XFCE supported pretty much everywhere. Maybe a superior AMD, I'm not yet practicing to get to that point. It's tough, it's tough. I think that the hardest thing for a lot of people when they're doing a system setup is learning how to partition your disk without, I guess, consulting a guide. Disk partitioning is very difficult. It's also something that I'm not great at. So what's wrong here? This should have been correct. What happened? I'm struggling with actually seeing it as well, so I'll just zoom it up. That should have been incorrect. Which one was incorrect? It's probably the last one, so I'm looking at the wrong one. But that's HTTP, right? Compile. What was it? Is that the same one? That was the same one. What the heck? It's almost certainly this one though. Give me this. I just need to stare at it. Something isn't being closed correctly. Actually managed to make my Wacom work without any setting applications. Pretty easy. I did just find the command is like, issue is I can't remember all the commands. Well, here's the dirty little secret, is that all the commands, assuming that you're using a pretty, most distributions come with apropos by default, which allows you to search files. You might need to pre-compile it, pre-compile the man database, and then apropos will work, but I know this from years of having to work with lockdown systems. Lockdown systems, and then also it's just rel 6 or 7, which is tough. So it's hard to Google it. This terminal has some X inputs. Did you not have to install like the Wacom drivers? Is it this one? Oh, do I need, this needs to be 3 dots, doesn't it? Oh, maybe. Maybe. What does regexers say about this? So regex reference, quantifiers, quantifier. How do you do just a one quantifier? Quantifier. Like you can do quantifier with nothing. No, 3 will match exactly 3. 3 will match 3 or more. No, that's correct. Pacman, yeah, no idea if it'll work for what you're talking about. So man files are always exist on your system, right? So you can type into your terminal right now, like man grep. I don't have man on my system though, because this is git bash. So apropos searches your man files for you, which is really nice. Linux search has been pre-install. If not, wouldn't work. You just plug in your Wacom to see if it works. Okay. I don't know. I never tried using a Wacom tablet. I suppose I could Google it, but there's no need to. That's a dirty little secret about a lot of technical knowledge, though, is that everything is just Googled whenever you need to know it. Otherwise, everything is just based off of experience. Is this not valid? This is not valid. Oh, okay. Invalid target for quantifier. So the first thing, I should have tried this first. Start of line, then plus. So, what does then do? Wait a minute. Is this not correct? This is what they're doing though, right? Then plus. Okay. Then. I'm sure we're using Mal, look at it getting to work later, but it's installed for sure. Well, how do you have an issue using man? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What? Man is almost certainly pre-installed in every single system. Otherwise, how would you ever use any system without internet access? Someone probably asked a question you're thinking of, do with the lang variable. Oh yeah, I guess if you're not English as your primary language, it might break. No, that still doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I think there's a lot of reasons why things could break on your on a Linux distribution, which is always fun. Yeah, this isn't valid syntax. Invalid quantifier. No way. No way. Does it have to be escaped? No. Matches a plus sign. No. What does this match? Matches any character in the set. No, this needs to be explicitly escaped. Am I using arch that to be expected? Maybe, I suppose. Arch isn't like ultra unstable. It's like if you update, Arch is mostly renowned for like being dangerous to updates, I suppose. Which is the difference between like Arch and like Ubuntu or Arch and RHEL. Right? The nice thing about using one of the more mainline distributions, or like OpenSUSE, right, is that you can update and it probably will not brick your system. So you don't need to go into like a different TTY and try to rescue it, or even have to like root into it. My worst nightmare. Is it really this? This needs to be escaped. So I know we are trying to match against like 1, 2, 3. What are they matching against in their test? One of these. Still not capturing, but I'm not sure why. This is hard because I don't think it's using a strict PCRE. No, it's because of the flags are different. No. Multi-line. All right, yeah, there we go. Because I believe Godot does multi-line by default. Everything that has a flatpak alternative when available. I'm not familiar. I use flatpaks sometimes. I prefer app images, but most of the time I just compile everything myself. It's not hard to do as long as you have all the build tools available. Because I find that is the most consistent way of getting things to work. Because whenever you install anything that's pre-compiled, right, there's a few assumptions that are made about your system. Whereas if you compile it yourself, it's usually tailored to whatever things you already have installed. So this will break, by the way. Interesting. So does this need to be like pre-escaped, maybe? Is that it? I'm just losing my mind. Oh my god. Does it need to be pre-escaped? Oh no. Okay, how do I sanitize this? How do I sanitize this? I'm pretty sure this needs to be pre-escaped now. Ugh, I hate this. It's not really much can break. I don't know. Hard to say. I suppose, yeah, the flat packs are updated from a central place, yeah. So you're not pulling everything directly from the OR. But then if you are not pulling everything directly from the OR, what's the point of using Arch? Is it because you like the package manager more? Is that it? An assumption everything it needs is supplied by the Flatpak distributors by default, so it doesn't rely on any system packages. Yeah. They can still break though. Because of course it's running on a it's not quite a container, but it's almost the same thing. So if the underlying runtime is broken, or anything that underlying runtime depends on is broken, so the most likely culprit of breakage is usually your glibc version, which has happened to me before. There's a bunch of things I'm thinking, by the way. Maybe I need to double sanitize this. So this thing here, it's just absolutely dying. Escapes any non-word character with 2 backslashes. Except used by any method except add. Oh, wait. So this is a string. What does replace all do? Can you replace all via regex? Is that how that works? Maybe Java 8 string. Replace all. Does this take a regex? Is that how that works? Am I crazy? Oh my god, it takes regex. That's why they were doing it like that. I'm mad. Runs on a flat pack and it breaks. Chances are very likely every single person using the same flat pack will have it break as well. Use Arch being able to install what you need. Great for when your system disk to 100 gigabytes used on Windows and you don't have to manage your storage very often. That's fair enough, I guess. Wouldn't that, it's the same for like most of the other distributions, right? So like I suppose if you don't want to run Debian or you don't want to run like CentOS, it makes sense. All right, I got to think about this because the replace all is not going to work in this instance. Maybe I should go back to the JavaScript implementation of this, which looked a bit more sensible. But you know what? I'm going to be BRB. I got to use the restroom. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 I'm back. Some 40 gigabytes used on Linux, but everything installed compared to Windows? Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. For sure. You can definitely get a linear distribution. I'm more familiar with how Arch works, so that's another reason why I use it. Arch. I mean, the Arch wiki is pretty good if that's what you're referring to. What is it doing? All right. Prepare yourself because it can get super crazy as well. But I think I've already showed this off. Let me see. What if we turn it down to this? Oh yeah, this is pretty good. Send me, dude. That's my favorite, my favorite unintended feature. And also, something a lot of people don't really appreciate, how hard it was to like figure out what was going wrong. Just imagine you're trying to figure out like the data that's coming from OpenCFace. It's like, man, is the data coming to me like wrong or what's going on? As it turns out, the data is just a bit too strong. Data is very, very strong. Compared to what Godot is expecting anyways. So let me see. Does compile? Compile gives you a regex, right? No, compile does not give you a regex. That's tough. I'm still working my way through all of the intricacies of this. So I have these two working, which you might see this and be like, oh, that's neat. Yeah. So we're able to match against URLs. So, but anything that uses a range or a count appears to be super broken because, or it's not that, it's actually because of this. Because this is not escaped properly, which is tough. Anything that's not a word is not escaped properly. So I do need to escape it somehow. But at least for URLs, look at that. Start of line, then HTTP. Maybe it'll be HTTPS. Then we expect : // maybe we expect a www dot, and then we keep matching until we hit anything but space until the end of the line, and then we build our regex, and then we search one of those. But now I need to figure out this, because I didn't realize, right, that here, when they're doing this replace all thing, I mean, of course this makes sense now that I'm looking at it again, that their sanitizer is clearly using regex. I didn't think anything of it. But the built-in replace all function on Java 8 uses regex as well. So I don't really have a way of doing that in Godot without using my own regex, because you can't do anything. Yeah, there's only the one regex thing here, which is splits, which doesn't help. That's something I've never thought about, though, is that, oh man, like Java uses a lot of regex by default, doesn't it? I've never thought about it because I've never used the regex. I just, you know, split on this character, and that's how I treated it. Sanitizer regex. So on init, what we'll do is sanitizer regex. Well, we might as well like pre-initialize it, and then we'll just need to compile it afterwards. So sanitizer regex, we'll grab all of this stuff, compile on whatever the heck that is. I think it's everything that's not a word. Go back to here. Regexer. Tell me your knowledge. Regexer. Not word, yes. So we compile on that, and then here we can do return. I always misspell sanitizer, by the way. Sanitizer regex, and then substitute value for escaped. I'm not sure if this is valid syntax, but we'll try. What is your problem? Cannot access number variable sanitizer regex from a static function. All right, that's fair. We don't want to recompile it every single time, so that's... Here we go. Give me another run. I think this should work now. Okay, well. That makes me sad. Really? Really? So it says it passed, but that's not actually true. Null instance. Sure. Because presumably it wasn't able to match. That's tough, man. Okay. So is it in the sanitizer then? So it was able to compile correctly. We were so close. Is this valid regex then? Oh, I think I see. So this might not be valid. Yeah, so this is extremely unvalid because this is an unescaped /. But it's been like that the entire time. Unescaped forward slash. So you need to escape it like so. Boom, 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 boom. And then it still doesn't match on this. I think that's okay though. In terms of Godot. I need to think. Like what does this give me? All right. Hit me with the print. Print one of these and then run this. We're so close. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's so close to being correct. So it needs to, oh, is it like a replace all? Oh, no, they're doing a replace all. Okay. Yeah, okay. I got it. Maybe. Replace all. Well, whereas I'm only doing a single substitution. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this needs to replace all. So pass true. Send me one more time. Please. Why are you like this? It says it passed, but that's a lie. I think this is still wrong. Hard to say though. Is it because it doesn't need to be double escaped? So we only single escape it? That might be it. Send me one more time. Yes! Let's go. Alright, that feels good. I figured it out. Alright. I mean, it wasn't that hard to figure out if you actually know regex, but I just don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Does that mean that this works better now as well? So like we should be able to say hello world, something like that, and then this should still match correctly. All right, no, maybe not. What does this match to? Okay, so this only matches one string. I suppose like if we remove end of line, it might work. Oh, but then it keeps going, right? Then you'll need to stop on some block. Oh, that's good enough for now. Whatever. But at the very least, I figured it out. Bring me back. So, test telephone number. I think that's good enough. And then we'll just do this so it's easier to read. For me, at least. I like it when I format code properly. It's easy to wrap my head around, for sure. Do all this. This should be the same. So, okay. So assert equals, so this will be VE search, or what the heck this is, and then we should be able to find this, right? Pretty much all of these. So we'll tag it directly. Assert equals. Look at that. Please. Oh, I knew that. I knew that. We need to call getString. Annoyingly enough. I should probably redo my helper method for this. Yeah, beautiful. All right, base test. So let's assert. So like search and assert okay. And assert equals. Assert equals. Yeah. So there's like some sort of input, and then we'll also need to pass in the regex, which is going to be a verbal expression. A verbal expressions. Then this input must be some sort of string. Okay, so assert equals regex search, or we can do this in multiple steps, right? So let's see, result is equal to regex search inputs. So we'll assert not null res. If res, then we'll do assert equals res get string is equal to expected, which is going to be a string, because actually it could be kind of tough to determine whether or not your input actually, or whether or not your input is actually what you expect as well. Yeah, so this is pretty much the same thing as I had before I deleted it. So this is search and assert equals. So we'll change this up. Search and assert equals. We'll pass in our regex, which is VE. Pass in this, and then we expect it to be equal to that. Yeah. So we'll grab everything and this string. Bum, bum, bum. I think it's mostly correct now. So test real world, please. Yes. Okay. Assert null, that's pretty easy as well. This one. Assert equals, so BE, this thing and this thing. Yeah. Search and assert equals, same story. Please. Search and assert equals BE. Because I'm not doing any complicated search whatevers, I just want to make sure that it exists. And I think the main problem with a lot of these is that a lot of these tests are doing start of line, end of line, which is unfortunate as well. Because it makes it hard to be able to pull something out of a string, which is usually what you really want to do. I'll need to think about it. So test telephone number pass. And I think I'm gonna do the same thing, but for things that aren't telephone numbers. Let me see, so we'll build this. I build it in just a vertical stack since it's easier to read. So assert null, so we'll search for, I guess we're always looking for the country code as well, so that might not be totally true, but I'm not sure what the capture is looking like. Wait, what? Why do we capture it? That's something I still don't really super understand. That should still pass. Okay, amazing, phenomenal. Complex pattern with multiple captures, but I don't really want to do this one. That looks very tough. This looks tough. What the heck is this? Oh, it's a log line. Oh. So this is 3 tab 4 tab 1 tab localhost 20,001 tab 1 tab numbers. That's bizarre. You know, I suppose. Yeah, why not? Complex multiple capture. All right. Well, prepare yourself. var search, or we'll call this the query. Nah, we'll call this expected. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. Usually this is not usually how you would log something out. If you are logging things like this, you should probably go see a psychiatrist. So assert okay, boom, boom. So a lot of this is pretty easy. So we capture digit 1 or more and capture tab. Same thing. God, there's so many captures. Capture, oh boy, okay. So this is uppercase range, since range is a reserved word in Godot. Not allowed to do that. Counts. Because of how Godot works, you are not allowed to do function overriding, so this is also necessary to wrap everything in an array. Find. Localhost 20. We're looking for a digit. Counts 3 and capture tab. Oh baby, it's beautiful. So this is the same range as before. Digit 1 or more, capture tab. I feel like this might be a little overkill for sure. But this is a very, very complicated regex for sure. So this is one or more, twice in a row. And then, oh my god. This is like surprisingly way more readable than the just doing this raw, I suppose. And then the last one. Capture. Find. Please work. I don't want to have to waste or have wasted my time just writing this out. So you do need to provide everything as a string. That's one of the few, I guess one of the many concessions you have to make when working with GD scripts. But this is also way more featured than the Python version of this. Anyway, send it. Yes! Alright, at the very least it compiles. At the very least it compiles. And then we can do search and assert equals VE. Expected and expected. So these, we should be able to match exactly on that one. Oh my god, it works. Okay, cool. Compile. Yeah, it compiles and it's able to match against this completely bonkers string. 100%. I'm a little confused as to what this means though. Although regex is their builder function, which I don't use. That's cool though. I think like this is fairly readable if you think about it, right? So you have the first capture group, anonymous capture group. We look for a digit where we may have one or more. Then we end the capture group, and then we look for a tab. Then we have our second capture group, which is looking for a digit, one or more, look for a tab. Then we look for a digit in range 0 to 1, exactly 1, end capture. Then we look for a tab. Then we look for HTTP localhost. Then we look for 3 digits, 001, end capture, and then look for a tab. 0 to 1. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, I guess. It's way more readable than whatever the raw output is, which is you know, I suppose, like, is this more readable than this? Look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that. Imagine having to come up with that on your own. So, yeah, I suppose. It's more verbose for sure, but I think if I walked away from this code and then came back in a week, I could still figure out what the heck I was trying to do here. Whereas if I just saw this like long string of text, I'd be very scared. You know, what kind of stimulants was I on like last week? I cannot imagine. Yeah, so that's pretty sick, in my opinion. The fact that it actually works. This isn't really like a real world example though. I don't know why it's in this file, but that's okay. Let's see, then we have other verbal expression builders as well. So we can do VE clear and then VE reset. So we'll create, what are these used for? Oh, I see. Is there a way to duplicate a regex? Or is there a way to get the pattern? Oh, there is a way to get the pattern. Get pattern. That was compiled. Okay, so that's what we can do here. What I can do, so we can still use the original one, I suppose. Or maybe not. We can just use a new one. That's fine. So we'll do var digits is equal to verbal expressions new capture digit one or more end capture tab, and then, oh, actually we don't want to build it just yet because we're presumably about to build, yeah, we're building a composite one. Oh no. I hate that. Oh no. Range is verbal, oh, VE range, because we don't want to overload, or we don't want to shadow the built-in function. So this is, create a new one, capture group, completely uppercase range, because there's not really a good way around that. Although I'm open to suggestions on how to make that better. And then the reference implementation uses function overloading and also var args, which GDScript does not have, unfortunately. All right, so host capture group finds Oh, I see what they're doing. Oh, they're building a composite one. I think this is what a chatter before was talking about, is that you can build a composite group. I wonder if I can make this better. So for anything that takes counts, or even for range, if I can do that kind of thing automatically. Let me see. God, I hate that this is almost 600 lines, but a lot of it is just comments, actually. So range. So we try to sanitize it. Okay. Is there a way for me to... No, there isn't a good way for me to do this. I gotta think. Like maybe in the sanitize function, I should also like automatically cast these to strings, maybe? So sanitize. Yeah, I suppose what I can do is always cast them to a string, but that might be a bit wasteful. But whatever. You know what? Should I automatically cast these to a string? So if we duck type it and then we can just string every single value that comes through, we'll have the same functionality. It'll be a bit weird, but yeah, it'll still work. So yeah, so as long as we always cast it to a string, I guess it's okay. So it doesn't even matter. So here, we can change it to, this is now just a variant. Just to match, should be castable to string. And then for counts, we'll do the same thing. Count. Where is counts? Oh, okay. So I also automatically string it as well. So this is actually an array of variants. Each item should be castable to string. So I think these should actually be sanitized as well. So that might actually be a shortcoming in the Java library. Hooray! I'm doing better than the Java library, I think. Nice. Probably. Sanitize it. So it should be okay, maybe not. We can run it just in case. Maybe that's wrong. Yeah, okay. Cool. It's beautiful. I've never written such beautiful code in my entire life. Mostly because I'm too lazy to, because this is a huge pain. Why did I tell myself this is a good idea? I'm too committed though. Like some of those Java libs. Yeah, exactly. I wish Java was at least nicer to work with. Or I guess like I wish everything wasn't tagged to like Java 8. Because I hate working with Java 8. I wish like if everything wasn't tagged to Java 8, like, cause was the most recent version of Java? I don't even know anymore. Like the most recent one I've worked with was Java 11. I was like, this is sick. But the unfortunate part is that like most enterprise software just uses Java 8. Which is also why, like, when I was searching for the documentation, I specifically was also searching for Java 8. We're trying to take you these random projects though. Keep going. Oh, thank you, thank you. I try my best. I try my best. Insert picture of, what's that? I tried my best meme. Where is it? It's one of these. One of these anime ones. No! Hold on, get me out of here. Get it off the screen. I know the meme, but this might be a bit risque. Yeah, this one. All right. Yeah, that's okay. Whenever I say like, whenever I hear someone say like, I tried my best, this is what I think of. This image right here. They're not nude, it's okay. I got very scared though, because I was scanning through the search results. I was like, oh jeez, I made a huge mistake like displaying this on my other monitor. Show is pretty fun actually. What show was that actually? I've only ever seen the meme. That is pretty much me on a daily basis. So let's see. This is VE2. So we'll do. This is a verbal expressions new, and we'll just start building it. Add digits. Add VE range. Add host. Oh, this is so bizarre. I'm trying to remember. I could probably pull that back up again. Look, and we can find it on my other monitor. Oh, hold on. Move this off the screen. Jahi-sama has the best hair fangs. I'm not sure if that's... Oh, you know what? Yeah, there we go. There's also Guar Gura, renowned VTuber with like 3 million subs. It's crazy. I'm not going to show that on stream though. I don't know. Where is Jahi-sama from? There's the Reddit post here. Oh, geez. Also just completely moved it off. Can't access it. Can't click on it. Can kind of click on it. That was weird. Where is this from? Where is this from? Jahi-sama wa kuji kanai. Jahi-sama is Kuji not. Is not Kuji. I'll not be defeated. Oh, hello, Knock. Hello, hello. Ignore this. Look at what I did. From an anime, from a meme, from a feeling that, yeah, I conveyed it. That's pretty much me on a daily basis. RIP, this is not a cry for help. I am 100% okay with being somewhat intoxicated. Alright, but check this out. So are you familiar with verbal expressions, Knock? You might be, considering that you are a web dev and possibly have had the displeasure of working with this kind of stuff. Oh yeah, chonk, and then there's also small, which should work as well. Oh, and then it's also bugged. It's also bugged. So if you type in small once, it'll just make you kind of disappear. So you need to type it in several times. All right, where am I? That's bum D. So if you small yourself several times, because all it does is just manipulates your scale in Godot terms. Yeah. So what verbal expressions does is it allows you to do something like this, or actually I might as well just show my own stuff, right? So look at this. Gotta love negative scale. I do like negative scale for sure. But look at this. I've implemented this in Godot. So we have verbal expressions, start of line. So we start matching from start of line. We look for HTTP. We might have an S on that HTTP. Then we look for : / / // We might have a www dot. And then we keep matching until we hit anything. We keep matching it on everything except for empty space until the end of the line. And then we build the regular expression. And then this is my custom search and assert, but it's basically just a regex after this. So it's pretty good, I think. It's beautiful. So because on my previous GDML project I used a little bit of regex, I was thinking this would be pretty easy to implement in GDScript, because I was just looking at the Python version of regular or verbal expressions. But when I was writing the tests, check this out. It's absolutely horrible. But let me find the line. This made me so mad when I found it though. Look at this. Can you read from here? Do you see the problem with this test case? Test not match when 2 words are present instead of 1. Upside down mush. You've done it. Congratulations. But you also, by the way, can get infinitely large, but I have the ability to reset your scale. But the answer to why I got really mad from this implementation is, check this out. So self, verbal expression, start of line, anything, tab, end of line, regex, which gives you back the regex. And then, by the way, the test is not match when 2 words are present instead of 1. So what they're testing is actually the tab, not 2 words. I was like, what the heck is this? This is some like grade A BS. Your implementation, your test is wrong. This doesn't actually work how you think it works. Like if you compare against this line to this line, it's very, very obvious actually, is that they should be matching on the word, but their word match actually is wrong. This doesn't actually match on the word, it matches on the entire line. So they don't actually want to match on start a line. They should only be matching on single word, and they should be actually using this regex instead, which is A to capital A to capital Z, small a to small z, and then is 0 to 9, I think. Something like that, and then that should be the capture. You still haven't explained why. Well, because this test is based off of a false pretense, basically. So check this out. This is a negative test, right? Not match. But their negative test is looking for 2 words, but they never try to match on 2 words. So of course it's always going to fail. Oh, not the test? All right, wait, what's the problem? I thought we were still talking about the test. What's the problem? Is that the test is wrong, which means that their initial word implementation is wrong. But VE and U implementation, oh, because I'm using some regex in GDML. And that's pretty much it. I thought it'd be really quick. And as it turns out, it was not quick. As it turns out, it was very difficult. For a few reasons. One of the reasons is because I'm actually using the Java variants of verbal expressions, because the JavaScript implementation is also kind of wrong. Does Godot support regexes? It does. So check it out. This is actually using PCRE, the PCRE engine for regex. which is one of the big ones. And then this also uses its own nested regex in order to sanitize the inputs. I was laughing too much at the exchanges and confusion. I'm sorry. I try to assume what chat is saying at all times because I don't actually read. I don't actually read every single word. I read like the first word and the last word and then just try to like parse it from there. What the heck is the point of VE? So verbal expressions just makes it easy to read regex. That's pretty much it. So I guess if you are a regex pro, then you don't need verbal expressions. But the problem that a lot of people run into, so like check this out. So I think I posted this before. Yeah. So like which one is more readable? Is this more readable or is this more readable? It's like oh it's actually hit the character a little bit, but which one is more readable? Neither are readable. I think this is fairly readable, right? Like at least you could read this and be like, all right, so we start capturing, we look for a digit, one or more of the previous thing, then we end the capture and then look for a tab, and then we start capturing again, then we look for a range from 0 to 1, exactly one of those, and then end the capture and then look for another tab. Oh, did the jump not fire? It's possible we also just got disconnected. Oh no. You're wasting your points. Did we get disconnected at any point? This also happens sometimes, where the Twitch chat server will, no, it's still working. Maybe I got kicked from pub sub. Yeah, but basically it's the idea that something like this is more readable. Yeah, oh yeah, I got kicked from pub sub. I guess it was being spammed a bit too much. It happens. I'm still connected to Twitch chat, but there's also no way for the application to reconnect right now. I was in the process of rewriting it, but I got distracted. But yeah, the idea is that verbal expressions, you know, start a line, we look for HTTP, we might have an S, then we look for this, we might have a www. We match anything except for space until the end of the line and we build, and that's the regex. Well, readable regex, use comments. I mean, this is more or less self-commenting though, right? I mean, tell me that this isn't readable, and I'll tell you that you're a liar. like this is pretty good, I think. This is pretty good. I mean, maybe like take out the new lines, but bundle it all together and it's more readable. The regex version of that is readable? Is it really? Can you read this natively? I guess it's somewhat readable, I suppose. Like the multiple capture groups is kind of confusing. That's easy. Yeah, I suppose. The only confusing part is this part, but I guess that's still okay. It's this part and these two parts. I think I could totally figure out the HTTPS, the lines, and the www, but like this last part, kind of confusing. Maybe this part would get me a little bit. But this is fairly unambiguous, is like, this is what we're doing. But that's the idea. That's the idea. It's to make regex more readable. There's some useless capture groups in there. Oh yeah, most of them are completely useless. Actually, all of them are completely useless, because all of them are the question mark capture group. What is the question mark capture group? It's called question mark capture group is not like anything, isn't it? Yeah, it's a non-capturing group. Yeah, groups multiple tokens together without creating a capture group. So I'm pretty sure they're all non-capturing, right? Because they're all listed as non-capture. Yeah. Unless you're talking about like they're redundant, in which case I don't think that's totally true. Right? Because you, like maybe the maybe capture groups are redundant, I guess? Is that what you're talking about? I require more explanation. Regex is something I'm not good at, so I need the grade school explanation, please. So range, host, add range, add digits, add range, VE range. Helping get ready for games. Any thanks for the stream. Oh, thank you for hanging out. Much appreciated, Nova. Hope you have a good stream. This one, so is the slashes one for the last capture? Is it? What was the slashes one? Isn't that one? That one is necessary. The only one necessary is the www. But isn't the if you want to specify that it's 100% going to be a valid URL with an HTTPS, isn't that is necessary? Right, because otherwise, like, a valid URL is basically just, like, text dot something, right? Right. If you wanted to capture on a valid URL, this is really only, this is all you need to capture on, isn't it? Saying you don't need the capture group? Well, it's a grouping group, isn't it? It's a grouping group. So you're not actually capturing it, you're just grouping expressions together, right? I think that makes sense to me, but maybe it's completely unnecessary. So like, is it less optimal? Oh yeah, for sure. This is 100% less optimal. I 100% agree with you. You don't do anything with the group? Yeah. Well, because all of them are not captured, right? They're just grouped together as a group. Yeah, so like there is like a bit of, not even a bit, there's a lot of wasted computation, but I think the benefits outweigh the detriments, in my opinion, because it's, I don't know, for me this is more readable. Like, I think if you were to give me the raw regex for this one, I would have no idea what the heck I'm looking at. If you were to give me, like, this, basically, like, paragraph of, you know, this big function chain, I'd be like, yeah, that kind of sucks, but I get it. Or even the ability to do, like a bundled or nested regex like this. This is kind of nice as well. I have no idea what that is in VE either. Well, I mean, you just read this like English, right? So I think the only thing that you really need to understand is, I guess, the quantifier modifiers. So like one or more applies to the previous directive. And then I guess the capture groups are the capture groups that you saw. So, which are really just grouping things together. So search and assert. Assert and assert equals VE2. So we're looking for expected. So we're searching expected, and we expect to find expected as well. So hopefully that works. Non-existent function toString in base int. I mean, that's probably fair. Base int. Maybe we don't want to build. So it doesn't tell me what the regex is trying to do. Here's the regex that you just posted with all the useless parts removed. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think you could still build it like that. I think you can still build it like that if you wanted to. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Temp regex. This should actually return a new one. I think my implementation is kind of weird. But yeah, I think you could totally build it, by the way, if you just omit all the capture groups. So then it just builds it all inline. I'm not going to test it right now because I do need to figure out why this is breaking. I know why it's breaking, by the way, but I need a good way of solving it. Python has this thing called verbose regexes. Let's have inline comments. I think it can have inline comments. I'm not sure though. Or actually no, because this Java one allows for inline comments. But the problem with the Godot version, by the way, is that it has the global compile flags hard-coded into it, so you aren't able to pass in flags, which feels bad, but I guess like the explanation is that you shouldn't be using Godot to do the things I do. Yeah, but I don't know. Let me see if I can find or demonstrate this without all the capture groups, I suppose. So remove this. I guess this part is kind of tough. I guess we don't need to build it. That's fine. We'll just run it like that. Okay. Add digits. Okay, so this is add digits like this. Okay, hold on. Non-existent function search in base nil. All right, we're getting there. Hold on. We can solve this really quick by just commenting this out. That's fine. Let me see. Or maybe I should be two-stringing all of these by default. But anyways, grab all these. Comments out the first one because I know this one works. Then if we remove the captures so that they kind of match what you posted. So that's, we don't need the capture on H. Oh, hold on, I'm doing it on the wrong one. This is the completely bonkers string. But on this one, we can try it. Oh, there's no capture group. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, there's no capture group. Yeah, you might be right. I forgot. This one's different. That's fine, though. Yeah, I mean, it's... I suppose at this point it's indefensible. But I feel better about it at the very least. Because it's in plain English. So I still make the argument that it's self-documenting. But let me think. Let me think with this. I suppose I personally don't care. That's fair enough. I think I would feel a lot better if I were to inherit a project from someone else. Like, I think the big problem with regex in general is that when you learn regex once, or like every once in a while, you use it to implement some complex search logic, then you come back in a week and you're like, what the heck did I just write? Like I kind of understand what I'm looking at, but I kind of don't. Whereas I think if you're to write this once and then come back in a week, you'd be like, yeah, this makes more sense to me. With enough experience with regex, I can translate regex syntax to English in my head quickly enough that this makes no difference to me. Well, I do not work with regex enough to do this, even though I probably should. Most of the time, like for example, one of the things that got me was when I was doing the input sanitization for the Java implementation. They were using regex to do the sanitization like implicitly because that's just how Java works. But you know, for me, it just didn't click. I was like, wait a minute, what the heck is going on? I regret every second of working with regexes. Regexes suck, period. Well, doing it this way, they suck less. Doing it this way, they suck less, I think. I just need to figure out what the problem is here. So I'm re-implementing pretty much the entire test suite. So this could be cool. Alternate regex syntax people come up with. Yeah, there's a few. Like the thing that really drew me to this was Melody GitHub. I think it was this one. No, it's this one. This one. Yeah, I saw a Reddit post on this, and I was like, wow, that's neat. You know, it's a regex language written in Rust. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Look how many arbitrary capture groups they use. Syntax is as a single sentence. Regexes are nested. Actually, that's not totally true. So here, this is the example of the nested regex. So you can nest, you can create smaller regexes and then chain them all together, which is what I'm trying to figure out because I think there's an error with how I've done the regex chaining, which I'm trying to think my way through, which might not be the most correct way of doing it. But I'm pretty sure just like the 2-string value should be okay. That one isn't arbitrary as necessary. That's pretty bad. I don't know. I mean, it seems pretty good to me. It seems pretty good to me. I'm just trying to figure out what the error is. Non-existent function in base nil. So I guess it didn't compile. So ve2, we create new, add. So we ran into an error at some point, I guess. Maybe not. Instead of .add should be capture, subregex goes here. Well, I mean, that's just the... because the subregex is nested inside the capture. Well, I suppose that's true. I think that's just a symptom of how verbal expressions has chosen to define their syntax. So if you look at, let me see, what is, I can find it. There's like an implementation one. Yeah, that explains like how they want things to be implemented. Yeah, append a transform value to an external expression that should be compiled. So everything should be calling add. There is all these other functions, you know, replace, line break, something but, etc. should be calling add by default. So everything goes through add. This is just character syntax but longer. Well, I think it's more readable as well, so you don't need to remember what they do. Like, I like it. That's and clearly a lot of other people like it as well, so I don't know. Like, look at that. There's the JS one. 12,000 stars. I'm trying so hard not to be nerds swiped right now. What's nerd swiped? What do you think? Maybe one of these didn't compile correctly. Nerd sniped. Melody is much better. Perhaps. But this one has a working implementation and it's pretty old. But I'm trying to think. Why is this not valid? Because this should have been built. Oh, I see. I see why. I see. That should be okay. It represents regex syntax much more clearly. Well, I think that's what people don't like though, is like regex syntax. Right, like most people would try to avoid regex syntax if they can. Like speaking for me personally, I prefer just like SQL syntax. Like I know this isn't SQL syntax at all, but this is closer to how I think, right? Is like I think in words, and also in English since I'm a native English speaker. Whereas regex syntax requires me to, you know, translate it back to English. So I accept the performance detriments. Kind of implicitly, like it's okay. It's okay. If there's a performance detriment, I can live with it. Relic such as more like regex syntax and melody. Did you study regexes in uni? Nope, I was a business major. And the one database class I took, I was very bad at. So I suppose that's not super relevant to regex though. I was primarily a business major. Let me see. Let me see. I think I can do, if I change this to reference, so this is part of the builder command, and then I can just store the var build results, which is an integer, and then we'll just say it's okay. So we can check that. Suppose that explains our difference in opinion. I don't understand why you think VE is better than melody. Possibly. Well, because the melody syntax also doesn't make a lot of... Like, it's still better than just raw regex. Right? Like, I'm able to read this, right? 16 of na. Yeah. Na 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 na. Space. Batman. Something like that. That makes sense to me. And then we get like, we look for a hashtag and then we look for something that is a word. Sure. I get that as well. Introductory courses, class name 1x. Could I figure this out from this? We will look for something that's alphabetic, has a space, has a 1 in it, and then we look for 2 digits. Yeah. Makes sense to me. I suppose. Indented code. We look for something that matches 2 spaces. And then we look for something that has characters and then ends with a semicolon. What? What? Is this indented? This doesn't look indented. Some of should be 1 or more of. I don't really know. Like, okay, so start. What does this mean? What does this compile to? So start, sure. Option. So we may or may not have a V. We capture major. We look for something that has a digit. We look for a dot. We look for something that might be a digit for minor. Dots. Capture patch, and then end. So this is the entire capture group, start to end. Semicolon syntax should be removed. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I suppose like what it allows you to do is like big single line things, I suppose. Oh, this is where the actual regex is. So it should be start of line. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it, right? Though they're almost the same thing. You know, what is it like? Option is just a maybe. Option is just maybe. Capture is capture. That's to me that's the same thing. Personally, but maybe that's wrong. Build results. Build result. I actually don't really like that. Whatever the heck I'm doing here, but that's okay. There's no structure in V. It's melody structure is front and center. I mean this seems pretty structured. I don't know. To me it feels pretty structured. It feels more structured than regular regex does. Result. One of these. Oh, hold on. One of these. So in smoke test, this needs to be build result. Okay. Let's agree to disagree. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, like I've never really internalized regex, which is probably the big thing. There's no structure in V, it's just one chain. Yeah. Aren't you like a JavaScript developer though? Shouldn't you be used to function chains? Thinking emoji. If you get one end capture call in a VE chain, it won't be obvious. Yeah. I suppose that's fair. Like you can't even forget. Well, I mean, what you could do, right, is like just do individual calls on every single line to emulate how melody does it, right? Like couldn't you do something like you'll do, I don't know, like capture, like you don't need to like function chain it like this because it's a builder pattern. So I guess what melody does isn't what melody does, it just takes out the entire builder pattern. So it's not like an explicit builder, but it's just an implicit builder. So they work around the limitation to make it better. It's not very good thing. Well, no, that's the same thing, right? So all of these is just like a weird builder pattern without the builder being there. It's the same thing. So you could do like capture, digit, whatever. It's essentially the same thing. You know, don't forget the semicolons as well. How is it the same thing? Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Like if you were to chain all of these together, it'd be the same thing. It's the same idea. The only difference is that it's on different lines, and they're not explicitly like linked to each other, but you still read top down. Right? It's still a chain. You can't just hoist some of these. I guess what would be more cool is if you could hoist some of these and then would just figure out what you wanted, but I don't think that's how that works. The kind of person that looks like cart in a car. I mean, they are pretty close. It's the same. Yeah, I mean, essentially, right? If they're both gas operated. Aren't they both gas operated? It depends on like what level of abstraction you're looking at, you know. Would I say like a toy Jeep is the same as a car? No. But would I say like a 4x4 is almost the same as a car? Yeah, it's close. Both gas operated, both have 4 wheels. Right? I guess if you took out the majority of the seats, half the seats in a car, and then moved it to the middle, what's the difference between that and a 4x4? Right? Not too much, really. One is like a lot bigger than the other, sure. You talking about go-karts? Oh, no, I'm talking about a 4x4. Isn't that what they call them? Well, that's not the 4x4. That's not the 4. This isn't what I usually refer to. Okay, this might be part of the American dialect that doesn't translate over. Something that looks more like this, but I'm trying to look for it. I guess these are Jeeps. These are all Jeeps. Maybe I've just been using the wrong thing. Pull carts? Oh yeah, those are definitely not the same. But what I'm saying is something more like a the only thing I can think of is like a dune buggy, right? Like, would you say like a dune buggy is the same as a car? Like, there was even a cart 4x4 called a cart. So here's the question: would you consider one of these to be in the same category as a car, right? And then like, what separates one of these from one of these, which is almost the same thing as well? Because this is pretty much a car as well. So what's the difference between this and this? Is it the number of seats? Because you could take out the second seat, right? And as long as this one is gas operated, what's the difference? This one is just a bigger version of this. And if this, you have one of these, I would consider this to be almost a car as well. Because this is also gas operated. It has 4 wheels, driven by a gas engine in the back. Like this one, probably not, because this is probably, oh, this says it's a GTA car. So it doesn't have to be realistic. I thought this is more of like a stock car where you just go downhill. But yeah, I mean, like, this is a dune buggy. That looks like a car as well. Like talking to a salesman. Well, what's the difference? I mean, they're very, very similar. Clearly, they're meant for different things. This isn't even like some of these aren't even real. Like this is a dune buggy. This looks a lot like a regular car. Right, like the difference goes down to where do you end the abstraction. So like, I would consider this to be better than regex. I don't know. At least because I can read it, and I don't need to look up the syntax again, because it just tells me what the syntax is. Right? I don't know, because I don't memorize the syntax. Anyways, this compiles. And the fact they're meant to be different things makes them rather different. Well, if we're talking about what they're meant to be, then we come back to like, this is meant to be like a replacement for regex. Melody is meant to be a replacement for regex, or not a replacement, but a helper for regex, shall we say. For different things make them rather different. Yeah, but yeah. Just had to make sure. So these are meant to be like helpers for regex, right? And the reason this is better than regex per use is because you've not internalized the syntax. Yeah. I mean, I've never denied that. This is true. I've never internalized the regex, because I've never needed to internalize a regex. I guess we can just copy this. So VE add all of this weird box for sure is equal to this. So we should toString it. I'm saying VE isn't good as melody because VE is not representative of structure of regex at all. Yeah, I suppose I can agree with that. But where's the problem? What's the problem though with not representing the structure of regexes? I think if you're using any sort of helper, you're not learning the regex, right? Like it's like saying like you're not learning C because you're programming in Java. I mean, yeah. Java, everything is a pointer, sure. Then you have value types, sure. But like, I wasn't trying to learn C. I just wanted the functionality of programming. I wasn't trying to learn C at all. I just want things to work. You know, I want what C can do for me, but without having to actually write C, right? And I think that's a valid use case. Which means two things: the syntax and the concept. Yeah, sure, maybe. I guess explain yourself. I mean, yeah, there is like the regular expression, and there's multiple regular expression engines, sure, if that's what you're talking about. So like, what you learn should be applicable to multiple engines, maybe. Regex all are the same concept. Yes, they all allow you to search for text using some sort of meta syntax. Yeah. Test. One of should find episode title of Star Wars movie. Finds. What? Test one of Star Wars movie. Sure. I don't really understand this one, but it looks like it's searching for a Star Wars movie, I suppose. It's too hard to explain over text, but simply put, regexes are state machines, are they? Are they? I didn't realize. Are they actually state machines? Text gives it one end, if it reaches the end, it's a match. I guess. I suppose. Yeah, like it runs through every single thing, sure. How is it a state machine? That's literally how they are implemented. Are they? Is that how that works? Like, I'm reading this complex one. I'm just trying to think about it. At least in basic versions. So how is this a state machine? Isn't it just like, if this is true, then go on to the next one? Or is that just how state machines are? If this is true, go on to the next one. If so, then yes, I totally agree. If this is true, then you go on to the next one. But that's just like a function chain, isn't it? Or function chains also state machines. Like I'm starting to get very confused. I thought function chains were just a function chain. I guess if you want to say function chains are also state machines, then sure, I suppose. Diagrams and the ability to speak. Haha. I knew being a streamer would have its benefits one day. I can win arguments by default by not allowing the other party a chance to speak. Easy. One of... Oh, and this needs to be an array. Okay, hold on. Function chains have nothing to do with this, but I mean, this is essentially a function chain, and aren't regexes also just chains? Right, if you were to look at this, I would say that this is a chain of just arguments. So you're looking for... Oh, hello, Bumty, hello. New meta, use regex instead of FMS. What is FMS? Back to the point, since regexes are state machines, are structured, they're not even close. Well, isn't this is just a function chain in itself, right? Because you read this left to right. If anything ever fails, FSM, yeah. FSM. So you read this left to right. If you ever fail on any of these parts, you never execute anything later on in the chain, and then you just immediately bail out. Isn't that's basically it? That's what I'm confused about. Isn't that the same thing? Maybe not like in implementation, but in like how you actually use it, it's pretty much the same. And so, as much as I profess my love for, you know, real, like static typing, strict typing, I guess in my head I consider variables to be mostly like duck typed. Right? Melodies represent a structure a tiny bit still wrong. You don't go left to right, you go left to right and back, and you also skip over massive sections. Do you? What do you mean you go left to right and then backwards? How do you, at what point do you go backwards? Like, for some of these, yeah, you do go backwards, right? Like you go, so if you're looking for like a certain amount of numbers, so in like this piece of regex here, right? If we're talking about local host, yeah, because you look for a local host and then you look for a digit 3 times, so you loop back on yourself because you're trying to. It's like an implicit for loop, sure. Or a simplest example. Let me stop you right there. I don't really understand or. You have come to the wrong place. Assert okay. Wait a minute. Point is regex syntax and Invalid are ways of representing that state machine. Convert finite state machine to regular expression. Is this it? I'm interested. Let's read it, I suppose. Are these the same thing? Oh, I guess they are finite state machines, huh? What the heck? What is this? What? Automata? What? I mean, I did ask if you. I absolutely did not study this in uni. 100%. This is what I study. I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, I understand that I'm looking at some sort of state machine for sure. 100%. Using it. Yeah, I've also built my own finite state machine. I guess I didn't realize that regex was a finite state machine as well. Is there a simpler one? So I don't know. I guess as someone who didn't study it in university, I like verbal expressions because it's just readable. That's pretty much it. Like I also like don't really care that I'm not super getting it because the results give me what I want. Right? Like I subscribe to the fact that like, yeah, sometimes I don't really understand what I'm doing, but as long as it's what I'm expecting, I don't really care. Like, 'cause there's other things I need to worry about, right? You can do very complex multi-state logic with regex, but it's scary. But don't though. Well, I thought we were using a state machine. What's wrong, Knock? Thought that's what you wanted. Alright. Anyways, let's run it. Hopefully that's okay. Yes! I mean, that feels pretty good, I think. To me. Is VE a standard because regex syntax sucks, so it's unmaintainable? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at the number of stars they have, I mean, it's pretty good, I think. Right? The JavaScript implementation has 12K. Java has 2.6. PHP has 2.4. Their Python one has 1,500, even though their Python one is kind of broken, in my opinion. Let's see. C# has 1,000. Free Basic has 6 stars. Oh, baby. Just just does what they're doing, talking about. All right, let's look for a TypeScript one and see if that can convince you, Mr. TypeScript. Actually, yeah, here's a Dino one with only 2 stars. Oh baby. Same. Yeah, here's your TypeScript one. That's pretty much the same thing, right? Isn't this the same thing? Isn't like TypeScript just compiles down the JavaScripts, and like TypeScript you can just run JavaScript anyways unless you're using like strict mode or something like that? I don't know. Anyways, I mean this looks okay. I'm not using any of these implementations though. But anyways, I've done it. FSM simulator. Visually simulate your DFAs, NFAs, and I used to know this word. Epsilon. That's probably not epsilon. Is this sigma or is this epsilon? What is this? Epsilon. I got it first the first time. I got it right the first time. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with this though. Let me see Haskell or OCaml one. OCaml, I tried to learn that. I just don't get it. Doesn't make enough sense to me. Let me see. Intellectual capabilities of those communities. I don't know. I think if you're using, it really comes down to like, are you using a high level language? And do you care enough about the implementation? I think that's kind of where I come down to. I mean, we can look here. There's Scala, there's C#. I don't know what Genie is. There's Elm. There's C++. Oh, baby. Everyone loves a little C++. PowerShell. What the heck? Objective-C for actual degenerates. There's action scripts. Oh, baby. See how low the stars are? Yeah. I mean, 300. It's not too bad. It's not like ultra popular, but I mean, what were you expecting, really? Because isn't it like, you know, if you're using it, you might not even be aware that you're using it. Action script, though. Now, this is some spicy stuff. Action scripts. I remember working with this way back in the day. Most C++ devs are waiting to learn syntax, and they realize verbal expressions is useless. Well, I got bad news for you. I'm not a C++ dev. I have other things to keep in my brain other than regex syntax. So we'll do line break, capture. Hold on. Var line break. Yeah, I mean, clearly this is meant for like normies. So like, I'm a normie, so I appreciate it. It's really all it comes down to, really. Because it's not something I need to use often, but if I ever come back to it, I know that me personally, I'll appreciate it if I were to write it in a way that I can understand. Build result. So we'll do assert okay. one of these, and then we'll do search and assert equals VE expression get text. Wait, what? Assert equals get text. Isn't this get text is looking at a capture group, I think. So VE search. Oh, hold on. Then we can't use this one then. So the idea behind VE is about, I'm just saying the execution is very lacking. Melody achieves that idea far better. Yeah, possibly. I guess. I mean, to me they're about the same, but I guess I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it, but I don't know. I'm just implementing the one that has more stars and was easier for me to read as well. And also does not require a separate file to compile, which is also nice. So I don't know. I mean, I've never argued that this is better than just learning actual regex, of course. You know, if I had infinite time, I would just learn C and just do everything in C as well, but I don't. So we do have to make a few compromises at some point. What is get text? What does this resolve to? Is this not in here? Get text, get text. String to test, and we find the group. So I think I can do the same thing here, question mark. So this is line break plus some plus text. And then because we have the match, then we can look for, my question is, why don't you improve it? Is VZ a standard? Do you have to implement it exactly? Well, I don't really have any ideas on how to improve it, I guess. Right. Like what I'm good at is reading code and understanding like what the individual bits are doing, more or less. What exactly the individual bits are doing, you know, it's hard to say, but like I can read this and understand like, oh, it's calling like the M, it's calling the group function on M. What is M? It's, you know, a pattern matcher, it's some sort of matcher. All right, cool. You know, and that's easy for me to understand. I kind of more operate off the idea that as long as if you worry about, you know, worry about the small stuff, and the bigger stuff will figure itself out. So someone else has already done the hard part. All I need to do is do the small stuff, and that should give me the result that I'm looking for, right? Is it the best way of achieving it? Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. But it's good enough for me. Just use capture subregex as one example. The syntax is the small stuff? Well, I mean, not to me. Not to me. To me, the small stuff is like actually writing regular regex. Or like the actual operations that are going on inside of it. Because I don't know, like it's a thing. Like it's like I could relearn regex every single time I want to write it, right? Like the small stuff, if you really want to get down to it, is like how does the regex syntax work? But I don't care about that. that's a bit too small, because I have to look it up every single time. It's not what I'm familiar with. It's basically, it just comes down to familiarity. Like I am familiar with reading code. I'm familiar with reading functions. You know, there's a reason why I don't do too much like functional programming, or you know, I don't do any Prolog on stream because it's just I'm not familiar with the syntax. Coding philosophy is just too different, but I guess, yeah, I suppose. You know, how it exactly works, I don't really care as long as it just works. I would rather read more English than less English, for sure. Like, I definitely subscribe to the Java philosophy. I subscribe to the Java philosophy of, you know, what was I looking for? How do I get the group without... We use to find the position in the range and it's capturing groups and it extracts a substring for you. I thought that was what getString does. Get start, get end. How do I know which groups I have? There's a value making it readable to others? Yeah. But I don't know. What I define as readable might be different from what other people define as readable, but that's because I'm trained on Java. I'm also very quick at reading, so more English does not bother me. Mostly because I don't really read the English anyways. What are they doing? So I'm looking at this. Get text, line break, and then how they implement get text. So it's a integer group. What is this group? I don't really have a way of searching for this. People know that used a few times in code. Yeah. Heavily depends on regex. Yeah. I think if you do a lot of regex, you should just learn regex, right? You should not use verbal expressions. But it's more like if you're the kind of person like me, I use regex, you know, once in a blue moon, every once in a while. But I do come back to my code every once in a while as well, so I want to be able to read my regex. Hold on. So this is not gonna work. But then this works via function overloading. So how do I do it via the match? Is it search all? It is search all, isn't it? Okay, so search all. And then I pass in the group, and then we do get string, no capture group, and then we should be able to pull out that value. So it's not exactly equivalent to what they're doing, but it's close enough. Run it. Send me. Invalid get index 1 on base array. Is it index 0? Surely you shouldn't use it, but whatever. I don't know. Like this regex you should not use in any circumstance, 100%. You know, if your argument was like don't write this, I would agree with you. But then you should also not be trying to match against this as well, right? Like your regex should not just look like a block. But then also the thing you're matching against should not just be like a bunch of numbers. You should try to format it a bit better. So there's like there's a difference. Let me see. I think I'm doing something wrong here. What? Work is regex heavy, use the better syntax. My point is that VE is not really much of an improvement. Don't only accept regex, so use something like melody instead. No. Melody to me is about the same. It's like it's a new thing I need to learn. So if I'm going to learn something, I'd rather learn something that is more readable so that I don't need to remember how it works. So at least with melody, I still need to remember some syntax. Whereas this is just reading English, which I prefer, except for situations like this, which is still kind of tough. Because this is doing some capture group shenanigans, which may or may not be actually working. So what is this? So we can just print out this part, because this gives me an array. This won't work actually. So for I in whatever the heck this is, print I guess. And just use the same concept of the builder pattern, but use nesting. Well, see, then that would require like me to actually design something, right? So like maybe like you missed this part of it, but I did pretty much just port this one-to-one from the Java stuff. Yeah, and you can nest as well. That is also true, because this is what I would define as nesting, right? So like this is its own verbal expression, capture digit one or more, and capture tab, and then we just store it in digits, and then you can do this, right? That is nesting to me, unless nesting means something different in like regex land. Start capture, end capture. I mean, it's this part here. I don't know. Is that not nesting? That's nesting to me. This part here, specifically. Is this not nesting? I thought this is nesting, where we just kind of add it one by one. So we were looking for digits, some sort of range. I can't use range because it's you know, a reserved word. Host, we look for range, digits, range, right? That's pretty much nesting. Maybe it's not like the regex style of nesting, but it's still nesting in the programming sense. Anyways, I'm gonna run this and see what the values are. So there's just one regex match, which I can kind of guess what it is. Yeah, it's some text, which makes sense. Maybe I didn't compile this correctly. So a week or something, if I give up an hour because I don't care, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, my code is free and open source, so like if you think there's a better way of doing it, for sure, you know, you're free to. And it just follows a builder pattern, so like at some point it shouldn't be too hard to just branch off of the builder pattern and then have built-in nesting without needing captures, I suppose. I guess like the nice part about a builder pattern is that it's easy to branch off from it at any point, because that's the point. Right, so this looks for a line break, capture, find some, and capture, then looks for text, which is text. Then we build it, and we check the result. And I am still using VE. Test capture after new line has group number 1 pass. Eh? I'm a little confused as to what this is. Qt print VE get pattern. I wonder what the pattern is. Start capture to V. Yeah, maybe it's just like the terminology that's bad. That's easy to change. What is the regex I'm using? So it's looking explicitly for text. We can take all of that out. So I mean, that's pretty crazy to me. This is completely unreadable. Actually, I see that there's a double RR. Is that right? So we're looking for a new line, carriage return, or carriage return, right? And then this is what we're trying to capture. But what we're actually expecting is some. What if I turn on multi-line? Don't really understand. It's pretty close though. I don't know. What does regexer say about it? How do they feel about it? Matches a carriage. I guess, why do I have 2 carriage returns? Maybe that's a bug in my code. Because we're looking to match this against some, but then what regex are we actually trying to match against? So regex, we match against the line break. Capture, we start capturing, we find some, end the capture, and then we want to find text afterwards. That makes sense. So then this one is looking for either a new line carriage return, or carriage return. That doesn't seem right. Then we're looking for some. Actually, this should not be a non-capture group, right? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just my implementation that's bugged. Capture. I think my implementation is wrong. Now that I'm looking at it again, capture. No, that's right. Right? Yeah, that's what I have. This is question mark capture group. Wait. Question mark. Maybe that's not right. Ooh. No, that's fine. And then find inserts. That's not find. Find, which is this then. Is that not true? Yeah. Find then. Yeah. They do a bit of input sanitization and whatever. I just do string formatting. Yeah. And then and find are just aliases. Or find is just an alias of then, I should say. Yeah, I mean, that looks correct. Hard to say. Because isn't question mark colon just means it's a non-capturing capture group? Or a non-capture group? But then where's my named capture group? Shouldn't I be capturing? I think that might be one of the deficiencies here. Is that I don't have total control over how it's working. Maybe. Yeah, is that not how it works? Where's capture? Capture, blah, blah. We do append to the suffixes. If capture name is empty, then we just add. Otherwise, we'll call add anyways on the capture name after a little bit of string formatting. I've got to think. Something about this isn't right. But I'm not sure, because we are building it. We did assert that it did build correctly, but the output that it gave me is not correct. And then what it actually captured was just not the new line, which makes sense, I suppose. Is my new? Maybe it's the new line. That's the one part that seems kind of weird to me. Where is new line? Where are you at? It's not called new line here, it's called new line. Maybe it's not even called that. What did I call it? New line. Hey, what did I call it? Test real world. Line break. Yeah, line break. Line break. That might not be correct. Line break. No, that is carriage return, carriage return. And I did just copy and paste this from this implementation as well. How about could be that using metadata for a chunk of object iteration process instead of object scripts. Using metadata for chunk So objects and iteration and process instead of object scripts. I think it's probably okay. I'm not sure how the actual implementation of, I'm assuming you're talking about like set meta, one of these metadata properties. Is that what you're talking about? And so you're storing those things in the meta property? Is that what you're talking about? I want to say, if you're using that, it's just a dictionary. It's like a dictionary in a different scope, almost. The difference is it's a dictionary, but in scripts it could be a bool. What does that mean? Are you using like the truthy falsy nature of dictionaries in your scripts? Is that what you're talking about? No, just a var of bool. Well, I mean, if you're using the meta property of a Godot object, it will be, it's pretty much just like using a regular dictionary, right? And so a dictionary is just a hash map. So metadata can't have separate, it can though, right? So you can do something like set meta var or data true. Right, you can do that, right? Because as fast as simple bool. I don't know if it's as fast, but I mean it's pretty fast since it's implemented as a hash map, right? Just in a different scope. So I guess you do have the overhead of accessing the meta dictionary, but I wouldn't think the overhead is that high. Right, you could always check the GitHub implementation of it, I suppose, if you have your doubts about it. But I'm not sure what you would even look for, though. There's a harf buzz. There's a PCRE. Yeah, I don't know what you would even look for, though. I suppose it's on, like, object. Yeah, it's probably just on object. It's good to avoid... I'll give it a try. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it's just implemented as a dictionary, right? So you can look for meta. Yeah, there's your metadata. It's just a dictionary. Sounds like metadata isn't supposed to be worked in process. I think it's just a dictionary. So if we set meta, you can always take a look at set meta, get meta. So we can look at get meta. Yeah, it's just a dictionary that's in a different scope, where it's not exposed to the regular GDScript function scope. So I suppose like the biggest piece of overhead that you have to deal with is the conversion from variant to like primitive value. But I think in GDScript you have to deal with that anyways. Perhaps. I'm not actually sure. I'm not actually sure how just like gets works. But I mean, this is the function call that you would be dealing with, I suppose. It's fine since I would mainly read it. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, but there is the one there's like the 2 layers of indirection you do have to deal with. Also, I'm not sure what I'm dealing with here. Don't save it. What's wrong with this? So what if we just take out the line break? There's Goots. We have this thing here. So what if we just don't match on the line break? So this should be some text, and then we take out the line break match. There's also the space in between. Oh, yeah, there we go. I guess that's just what I was missing. There was an accidental thing, but we don't want to match on text, right? So which one is this? Yeah, so it's maybe it's the captured syntax that I have is not working correctly. But I'll just push what I have anyways. I've been programming for a while. I've been programming this for more than 8 hours today. Git commit more or less finish implementation. Start adding real world tests. Yeah, so I guess if you want to check out what I've been doing here, check it out. My brain hurts. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I will be live Sunday from... Brain doesn't work anymore. I'll be live Sunday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, working on probably just the UI library again, because I'm almost done with it, so I can start rewriting this entire application, aka the UI for this. But we're getting close. Anyways, give me a follow. There's a Discord. I don't know. There's a GitHub if you want to check out any of that stuff. This repo's on there, etc., etc. Anyways, goodbye. Take it easy.